Sitting is open. Dear colleagues, this afternoon the agenda calls for the election of one judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of Romania. The list of candidates and biographical notices and the opinion of the Committee on the election of judges are to be found in documents 15733 and 15745 and addendum number 2. You have already yesterday tested with the voting system in this hemicycle, but for this vote to elect a judge, the ballot is slightly different from the test vote we held yesterday. Please ensure that you are sitting in your designated seat. Then insert your voting card. You must leave your voting card in the slot throughout the vote until 3:30. If you remove your card before the ballot is closed, your vote will not be counted. If you remove it, but you pity it, then you can put it back again and do it. So we need half an hour to start the vote and to end the vote. And if you want your vote to be counted, your voting card should be in the slot. You will see then the names of three candidates on the screen at your seat, and you can navigate between the three names using the little arrows. Once you have selected the name of the chosen candidate, you should vote for by pressing the green button. If you wish to abstain, please press the white button. A blue light will then appear at your desk to show that you have cast your vote. You do not need to vote against the other candidates, so please do not use the red button. It's always dangerous to use a red button. Each political group has appointed a teller according to the rules. The tellers are for the EPP group, Mr. Sergei Sobolyev, for the Socialists and Greens and Democrats group, Mr. Stefan Schenak, for the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats in Europe, Madam Fiona O'Loughlin, for the European Conservatives, Mr. Bob van Parere, and for the UEL, Madam Laura Castel. I will announce the results of the elections later this afternoon. For this first ballot, an absolute majority of the votes is required. If a second round has to be organized, it will take place tomorrow afternoon from 4 to 5 p.m. I now declare the ballot open. We have a whole half hour, so wait a second, I would say. Thank you very much for updating me. I can't see what you see, but
no, we see the same.
It will. The names will arrive, I hope, and then you will be able to cast your votes. Wait a second. Could you please update me from the other side? Are you now, do you have names? No names. Still the same? Okay. 1 second. Dear colleagues, the seconds is now changed in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes' time, things will be okay. If everything is all right, and I got good hope that everything is all right, you're now enabled to cast your vote. The vote is open. Blue. For those who entered the hall later, the hemicycle later, I recall what I said at the beginning. Please ensure if you vote that you are on the designated seat, then insert your voting card. You must leave the voting card in the slot throughout the vote until 3:30. If you remove it before the ballot is closed, your vote will not be counted. You will see the names of 3 candidates on your screen at your seat, and you can navigate between the 3 names using the little arrows. Once you have selected the name of your chosen candidate, you should vote for by pressing the green button. If you wish to abstain, please press the white button. A blue light will appear at your desk to show you have cast your vote. So those who see already a blue light, they know that they have passed the test. You do not know to vote against the other candidates, so please do not use the red button. Everything is clear. I see a lot of blue lights, so now we will continue.
128 have already voted.
We will continue with the seating, and until 3:30 the voting procedure is open. We now come to the communication from the Committee of Ministers to the Assembly, presented by Minister Thordis Kolbrún Reykjord Gylfadóttir, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland and the Chair of the Committee of Ministers.
These are voting cards, this are voting.
146 voting cards are there. At this moment, already 134 have voted. If there are people who have engaged with some special problems, please let us know, then we come and help you. So, colleagues, we now come to the communication from the Committee of Ministers to the Assembly, presented by Madam Thordis Kolbrún Reykjord Gylfadóttir, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland and Chair of the Committee of Ministers. This will be followed by questions to Madam Gylfadóttir. It is my pleasure, Madam Minister, to welcome you here in our hemicycle, which happens to be also in the Parliament, in the building of the European Parliament, but this is the hemicycle of the Council of Europe's Parliamentary Assembly. Madam Minister, we are very thankful for you taking the time in these busy times to exchange views with us. Your country, Iceland, which has taken over the presidency of the Committee of Ministers for the third time since it became a member on the 7th of March 1950, has an exciting challenge to prepare, revitalizing the Council of Europe's mandate and impact through the decisions that will be taken at the 4th Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Council of Europe, now in 3 weeks' time, on the 16th and the 17th of May of this year. The 4th Summit, which we will discuss in our current affairs debate later this afternoon, will be a great occasion for European leaders to focus their attention on reaffirming the values of Europe and stand united against the challenges that threaten our stability. This, as we all know, will only be achieved through cooperation and collaboration. But your presentation will, I believe, also touch upon the implementation of priorities chosen by the Icelandic presidency of the Committee of Ministers, which are extremely timely and very much concur with the priorities of our Parliamentary Assembly. Madam Minister, dear Thordis, you can rest assured that the Parliamentary Assembly will do its utmost to contribute significantly to its success in a true spirit of collaboration and synergy between the two statutory bodies of the Council of Europe, which can only strengthen us all and make us more effective. Madam Minister, you found your way to our hemicycle. Now please find your way to the place here in front of us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Secretary General, Madam Secretary General of the Assembly, distinguished parliamentarians. It is an honor for me and a pleasure to address you today. We are in the final stages of the Icelandic presidency of the Council of Europe. In only 3 weeks, European heads of state and government will gather in Reykjavik at the Council's 4th summit since its establishment. The past year has been turbulent and in many ways traumatic. And Iceland's presidency has been a busy time, not least for our small team here in Strasbourg, consisting of 3 diplomats and 2 supporting staff. However, it is my firm belief that strength can come in small packages, and being few in numbers makes it imperative to focus resources and count on teamwork and support to get things done. So today, I do want to express my gratitude to you, Madam Secretary General, to the Secretariat of the Committee of Ministers, to the Assembly, and to you, Mr. Cox, and your Secretariat for the excellent collaboration we have had during our term in the presidency. In approaching the many challenges that we face, we have enjoyed genuine team spirit and a strong sense of urgency in making things happen for the cause that we all share. And let us not deceive ourselves. These are turbulent times. The events of the past years and the upcoming years, along with our responses, will have great consequences for a long time. These are serious times that demand much from all of us who have decided to shoulder responsibility in our societies. These are times that demand more leadership and less politics, more responsibility and less complacency, more courage and less comfort. These are times of decisions, It is an overused analogy to state that at such times we stand at a crossroads. But as it is with many cliches, it is appropriate because it contains so much truth. But in reality, every day consists of many decisions that can lead to different outcomes. So in a sense, we are perpetually at crossroads of some sort, and just like in one of those movies about time travel, the future is shaped in different ways based on the decisions we make at each turn. But the difficult decisions are not always the biggest ones. Decisions that seem small at first can have great consequences. And by the same token, decisions that seem monumental initially can eventually turn out to have very little impact. When I think of the past few years, I come to the conclusion that there have been many crossroads that we, as societies, have gone through, and often without considering the consequences. We have chosen the path of least resistance. We have chosen comfort over courage, and we have chosen complacency over responsibility. When Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, the right path to take seemed obvious to most of us. This body, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, acted decisively as fits the conscience of Europe. So when we came to the crossroads in February 22, the choice was clear. But this has not always been the case. When Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, the Western response was different and much weaker. Various sanctions were certainly passed, in fact, some right here in this assembly, but the overall sentiment was one of complacency rather than responsibility. Many may have thought that it didn't matter which path to take. The options perhaps seemed confusing. Should economic relations continue to be developed in the hope that common interest would make further conflict unthinkable? Or should there be a line drawn in the sand with economic sacrifices made to show commitment to international law? In retrospect, it can be said that the crossroads in 2014 were even more fateful than the ones we stood at a year ago. Or perhaps the most decisive choice was made at the crossroads in 2008, when Russia invaded Georgia to annex South Ossetia. Could we have influenced the development of world affairs in the international community had fully understood Putin's intentions back then? Were we at the biggest crossroads when Skripals were poisoned in 2018? How about when Mikhail Khodorkovsky was imprisoned in 2004 and it became obvious that the rule of law in Russia had collapsed? Or when the journalist Anna Polskaya was murdered in 2006? Or when the members of Pussy Riot were imprisoned in 2012 for chanting in a church and appealed to Mary, the Mother of God, to excommunicate Putin? Should the total destruction of Grozny at the turn of the century have given the West sufficient clues as to the direction of Putin's Russia? Should we, in retrospect, have understood that at each of these crossroads, there was a chance to take a path that would lead to a better outcome than we now face in Ukraine? This kind of what-if speculations is, of course, primarily academic mental gymnastics. But in order for us to learn from the past, we need to reflect on it. The war in Ukraine is, of course, at the top of our minds right now. But it can be argued that this war is, in fact, a horrific manifestation of a widespread and long-lasting conflict about the kind of world we want to live in. At present, many of us are worried that the system, based on liberal democracy and human rights, is under strain. Within Europe, reactionary forces on the right and left have gained ground. In poorer regions of the world, the public perceives an international system based on these values to be a Western import intended to serve Western interests. Of course, this is not the case. All UN and Council of Europe member states have committed themselves to adhere to a set of international law, including human rights law. Some countries were among the founding members of these organizations. Others went to a great lengths to fight for their independence and sovereignty based on these laws and fought for the rights to join these organizations, taking on both the rights and the responsibilities that come with being an independent member state of the Council of Europe and the United Nations. The fact is that societies based on liberal democracy and respect for the rights of the individual have created the greatest human welfare and economic prosperity in human history. These values are worth fighting for. And that is the context against which Iceland assumed the presidency of the Council of Europe. Esteemed parliamentarians, during our presidency, which Iceland's third presidency since we joined the organizations in 1950, like Mr. Cox mentioned, we have therefore maintained a strong focus on the Council of Europe's core principles, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Our point of departure was that in times of democratic backsliding and rising authoritarianism, there was an urgent need to return to our fundamental principles and the framework that has underpinned human rights, democracy, and rule of law on our continent. This is especially important now as we are faced with Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine, which so blatantly violates everything this organization stands for and has clearly marked our work. During our presidency, we have also prioritized the rights of children and youth, equality, and the environment. Every child has the right to grow to adulthood in health, peace, and dignity, and it is imperative for all states to ensure the rights of children. They are our future. Iceland has put a special focus on child-centered policymaking through integrated services and protection system for children. In November, the Icelandic Minister for Education and Children visited the Council of Europe to promote Barnahús, or Children's House, the Icelandic model of a child-friendly, interdisciplinary and multi-agency response center for child sexual abuse. I would like to thank the Secretary General for joining our call for the establishment of Children's House in more Council of Europe member states, and her personal interest. In March, Iceland hosted the annual meeting of the Steering Committee for the Rights of the Child, where our Minister for Education and Children also hosted a conference on integrated child protection system to combat violence against children and provide children with access to services. The Icelandic Minister for Education and Children also came to Strasbourg last week to launch the guidelines Turning 18 with Confidence, supporting migrant and refugee children transitioning to adulthood. We have also emphasized the importance of meaningful youth engagement in the Council's work. Last February, I was pleased to participate in a meeting on young people and climate change here in Strasbourg, organized with the Council of Europe's Youth Department. Gender equality and the protection of hard-earned progress concerning the human rights of women and girls around the world is a strong priority for Iceland, at home and abroad. During our presidency, we gave special attention to action against gender-based violence online and on the importance of engaging men and boys in driving gender equality. Last December, the President of Iceland participated in a conference in Strasbourg on online digital violence, and later this week, he will address a conference on the role of men and boys in combating gender-based violence. We also organized two side events during the 67th session of the Commission on the status of women at the UN in New York in March. One was organized with the Council's Gender Equality Division and focused on migrant women. The other, in cooperation with the other Nordic countries, focused on online gender-based violence. The Icelandic presidency has likewise given a focus to the urgent need to promote and protect the rights of LGBTI individuals. In January, the Prime Minister of Iceland participated in a conference on advancing these human rights, and tonight we are hosting a reception celebrating human rights defenders on the occasion of Lesbian Visibility Week. You are welcome to join us, and I hope to see you there. Iceland is also proud to host this year's Idahat Plus Forum in Reykjavik, the week before the summit. It will bring together governments, activists, civil society, and other stakeholders to assess the progress of LGBTI rights in Europe. Last but not least, we have sought to highlight the important interrelationship between human rights and the environment. In the beginning of May, the Icelandic presidency will convene a conference on the right to a clean and healthy and sustainable environment in practice, which is held in conjunction with the meeting of the drafting group on human rights and environment. Consultations with other Council of Europe bodies, especially the Parliamentary Assembly, have been high on the Icelandic presidency agenda. Parliamentary oversight is crucial to a well-functioning democracy, and this assembly serves this important role within our organization. In the lead-up to the summit, the Icelandic presidency has been fully cognizant of the importance of close consultation with the Assembly and we thank our Secretariat for the good collaboration. The Prime Minister and I, as well as the Permanent Secretary of State, have been honored and pleased to have the opportunity to engage with the Assembly during Iceland's presidency. Myself at the Standing Committee in Reykjavik in November, the Prime Minister at the January session, and the Permanent Secretary at a meeting of the Standing Committee in Hague in early March. We have also placed significant importance on cooperation with other international organizations. In January, I presented the priorities of our presidency to the Permanent Council of the OSCE in Vienna, and yesterday I briefed the Foreign Affairs Council of the EU on the preparation for the summit. Mr. President, there has been one issue that has, without a doubt, made its mark on the Icelandic presidency: Russia's full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. The immediate reaction of the Council of Europe to Russia's brutal aggression was to expel Russia. This was a reaction that spoke loud and clear and stated that there would be no business as usual, not even close. While it was the right decision to make, it was also sad to see that a state that once aspired to become a part of a democratic and just Europe had violated such fundamental international and human rights law that we were forced to expel them. It was also sad to remove the protection provided to Russian citizens under the European Court of Human Rights and the wider set of agreements. Support and solidarity with Ukraine have become one of the main priorities of our presidency, and we have worked hard to ensure that the outcome of the Reykjavik summit in May further strengthens our collective resolve. Reflecting this, there is a clear focus on Ukraine, both in the summit's agenda and the outcome document, in particular when it comes to holding Russia accountable for its atrocities. In February, Iceland, in close cooperation with Ukraine, put a draft decision to the Committee of Ministers to take the first step towards setting up a Council of Europe Register of Damages. A register under the auspices of the Council of Europe, but with a broad support of leading world nations, would be a historic occasion for our organization. But most importantly, an important step towards accountability for crimes committed in this brutal war and a strong message to support Ukraine. I thank this body for its solidarity in the efforts to make this happen. I hope I can count on your help in gathering support for the enlarged partial agreement from your governments. Dear friends, as you well know, Kosovo applied for membership of the Council of Europe in May last year. During our presidency, we have been in close contact with the Kosovo and Serbian governments and consulted widely with other member states. Based on these consultations, yesterday the membership application of Kosovo was referred to this Assembly for substantive discussions. It is now up to you to recommend the next steps. Before concluding, I am happy to report that preparations for the summit are going very well. We enter these last 3 remaining weeks, very positive about what is around the corner, but aware of this important task that we have been entrusted with. At the summit, we have a choice: to unite around the Council's core principles and reaffirm our common commitment to the values that have proven to be such a blessing for the people of the world. This Assembly had been calling for a Council of Europe summit for a long time, and I am very grateful for the close cooperation of the Assembly and its Secretariat over the past months, and I'm looking forward to participating in the Standing Committee meeting planned in Reykjavik the day before the summit. Now, our job is to make this count. Regarding the substance, from the get-go, the goal of the Icelandic presidency has been to help deliver concrete results from the summit that will have real and lasting positive impact for the citizens of Europe. We are grateful for the valuable input of the Assembly to the substantive work of the summit, which was incorporated into the draft outcome document of the summit prepared by the Icelandic presidency. We also considered suggestions from the high-level reflection group and consultation with a range of stakeholders including Council of Europe bodies, international organizations, youth representatives, and civil society. The presidency also held an open call for suggestions, a first time in history of the Council of Europe where any interested organization or citizen could participate. The final outcome will depend on negotiations between member states, but we are confident that the Reykjavik Declaration will make a difference for our organization and for our citizens. We want the summit to reach the people of Europe and create more visibility and interest in our organization. In line with that, the opening session and the general debate will be broadcast live. Dear friends, in the past year, we have seen full-scale war in Europe. But we have also seen the power of multilateralism. Europe has come together in a unique way in sanctioning the invader, in offering support to Ukraine, and standing together in defense of our shared values. We, in the Council of Europe, still believe in international law and the rules-based order. What is more, the people of Ukraine still believe in international law and the rules-based order. We have seen in the past year that people are ready to die for democracy and freedom, things that we have taken for granted for far too long. Because values matter. I started my statement by reflecting on the crossroads we as individuals and societies are faced with every day. In the movies about time travel, every twist and every turn has the potential to have tremendous consequences. But that is fiction. It is only for fun. But for us, in real life, our decisions at any one of those twists and turns do really matter. We have a duty to take our role seriously. I would like to believe that the lesson to draw from all these crossroads of the past few years is that instead of looking passively at the ground and choosing the path that looks more convenient or financially profitable in the short term, we should look up and be guided by our purpose that we choose the direction that our higher ideals compel us to. We should ask ourselves what is best for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And that should be the road we choose. At every crossroad, we should ask ourselves what is the best for international law and multilateralism. And we choose the path that defends those institutions. We should be careful that the pursuit of narrow national self-interest does not lead us to places of common suffering. In this regard, this Assembly plays a key role, bringing together diverse opinions and political standpoints, but in unity around our core values. We must never tire of advocating for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, and a peace that is based on justice. That has been the goal of the Icelandic presidency, and we are grateful to have had the opportunity to contribute. Now I look forward for the questions and the dialogue that we're going to have. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister, for updating this Assembly about the activities of the Icelandic chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers and the preparation that is underway for the fourth summit in 3 weeks' time. You referred already to it. We will now have questions from the members of the Assembly. We first start with questions from the representatives of the political groups. And first I call Mr. Frank Schwaber from Germany on behalf of the group of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens. You have 30 seconds, Frank.
Mr. President, Madam Minister, thank you very much for the chairmanship and the leadership of the Icelandic presidency, and I would like to include the Irish one before as well. Two questions. The first one is about the European Convention on Human Rights. One aim is that the EU should become a member of this convention. I hear that there are some countries hesitating, maybe France, maybe others. Where we are now, can we see a result there in Iceland? And I would like to ask you about the next summit. So we waited 18 years and fight 18 years for this summit. Do you have any idea when should be the next one? Thank you.
Madam Minister.
Thank you very much. Well, regarding the first question, all I can say is that it's going well, and I truly hope that we will be able to finish this in Reykjavik. It is moving in the right direction, and it's moving quite fast, so I can't promise, but I can say that I'm very positive. Regarding the second question, I simply don't know. I don't know whether it will, I don't think it will take 18 years, but what I do know is that we have very little idea how things will develop in the coming years. So I think, I think it depends a bit on the outcome of this summit. If we can show that the summit mattered and the concrete deliverables will mean something, they will make a difference, the upcoming presidencies will work on them, and we can see a real positive development, I think it's more likely that we will think it's a good idea to have another. And then unfortunately, I think if we are continuing to going in the wrong direction and things become worse before they become better, I think we will also possibly have an opportunity to have another summit. But I really hope that the first option will be the case, and I do think we will not wait 18 years, but I don't have any date or any year to put on paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Now I call Mr. Alexander Pojci from Poland. He speaks on behalf of the EPP Group.
Madam Minister, the last summit indeed took place in my hometown in Warsaw 18 years ago. And that was probably the brightest moment for this organization. However, there are some worries. The most important, from my perspective, is the failure by the member states to implement the judgments of European Court of Human Rights. What are your expectations? How can we strengthen and impose those verdicts, those rulings, to those countries? And the next question, even the most valuable organization cannot function without adequate financial resources. We have a lack about 11%. What can we do to fulfill this gap?
Thank you, Alexander. Madam Minister.
Thank you very much. First, regarding the execution of the court's judgment, the Committee of Ministers has the unique role under Article 46 of the Convention to supervise the execution of the European Court's judgment. We know that, this has had a clear focus. I know that part of the work before the summit is to have an annex about this issue. I hope that we will get hopefully all of them, a good support from all member states regarding that annex, and I think if we will, and that will be executed, I think that would matter and that would make a difference. Regarding the budget, I know that of course it was a huge gap when Russia was expelled, and I know that we try to fill the gap, but I also know that we will have to somehow acknowledge that this change is there to stay, and we need to find a sustainable way to fix it. And we know that the projects and the role of the Council of Europe is important, so I know that it would not be a sustainable way to decrease all that we're doing and in that way fill the gap, but we need a commitment from members to acknowledge the gap and find ways to contribute more. If we will have some concrete wording on that in the summit, we will have to see because we're still negotiating, but we know about this and we try to move that in the right direction.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Next, I call Mr. Rick Daams from Belgium on behalf of the ALDE Group. Rick, 30 seconds.
A meeting is measured by its results. I guess a big meeting is measured by big results, and I guess that a summit is measured by summit size results. So, Madam Minister, what real, tangible, impactful results would you pursue as a result of this summit? And may I request that the linkage of environment to human rights would be in there as requested unanimously by this Assembly, so requested unanimously by all the peoples of 46 member states. And secondly, as Frank and Alex have mentioned, may I suggest that you propose that we have a summit every 4 years, for example, which would be concurrent with an electoral cycle of our 46 member states, instead of waiting until, I guess, 2041 or so before having the next one. Thank you.
Dank u wel, Rick. Madam Minister.
Thank you. First, in general, about the summit and the concrete deliverables and outcome document. Of course, we are still negotiating on that document, but the draft is, I mean, it is strong, in my opinion, and not only in my opinion. I would argue that the general opinion is that it's a strong draft. We, of course, have certain issues that we focus especially on, and like I mentioned in my speech, Ukraine is one of them. But I would say that the register of damages is a huge step for this institution. First of all, it's a real and concrete and huge step for the general public in Ukraine, where they can, seek for justice and register their damages, and in the future also get a compensation for the horrible things that have been done. And as I understand it, this is the first legally binding decision where we can say, we are gonna hold Russia accountable for their actions. Because all of us here agree on that, and many more agree on that. And we've been discussing accountability for 15 months. But this is the first legally binding decision on that. And I think the Council of Europe should be extremely proud of that fact. And I think this decision will age extremely well. So that's a huge outcome of the summit. Of course, we have other issues, and you mentioned especially the environment and the link between human rights and environment. Well, I can say that this is a focus point in Iceland and of Iceland. So we are willing, and we are more than willing, we are trying to work on some text where this is written out in the outcome document. Again, that is something that we have to negotiate about, and we know that the environmental issues are what should I say? There's not the same amount of unity in when we talk about what has to be done and what does it mean and what does it cost than in other issues that we can unite around. But I also know that, environment and human rights, I mean, let me recognize first your dedication to this topic, and I know this is very close to your heart, but it is also close to our hearts. And this issue is, therefore, we are urging member states to have this issue among the deliverables of the summit. And we have good hopes that a declaration could be adopted by the heads of state and government, and we are still working on the issue in the Committee of Ministers' Deputies meetings. More in detail, I am pleased to inform you that the Committee of Ministers recently adopted a recommendation on human rights and the protection of the environment. And this new instrument calls on member states to actively consider recognizing at national level the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment as a human right. It represents another step in our long-standing commitment to environmental protection. So I want to thank you for your work and your focus. I wanted to be clear that it is a focus with us as well. And again, I can't promise the strong wording, but we are working on it within the Committee of Ministers.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Now I call Madam Ika Sepashvili from Georgia. She speaks on behalf of the European Conservatives. Ika, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear Madam. First of all, let me thank you that in summit declaration, it is stressing Russian aggression against Ukraine and Georgia as well. And unfortunately, the world is witnessing many types of occupation and many types of conflicts all over the world. Madam Minister, you have mentioned in your speech that you believe in power of multilateralism. So in this regard, what kind of international mechanism can be developed to answer and to ensure protection of human rights of citizens living in occupied territories? Thank you.
Thank you, Eka. Madam Minister.
Thank you very much. Well, the challenge with multilateralism is, of course, that it takes a lot of issues need. It takes time, and there are tiny steps, which is, understandable. But it's also understandable that at some point, sometimes people lose a bit of hope or belief in the multilateralism because of this. But the Committee of Ministers has, on numerous occasions, expressed its full support for Georgia's territorial integrity and sovereignty within its internationally recognized borders. And comprehensive CM discussions are based on reports prepared by the Secretary General every 6 months. The last report was presented at the Ministers' Deputies meeting last week, with the participation of the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia. And once again, the report reflects acute human rights and humanitarian concerns. The Minister's deputies also stated repeatedly that the measures taken by the de facto authorities, supported by the Russian Federation with regards to these areas, violate Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and called upon the de facto authorities to stop and reverse this process. Georgia is the only sovereign state under international law over its regions of Abkhazia and Chicken Valley region or South Ossetia. The Council of Europe will continue to monitor the situation. It will also continue to consider ways of guaranteeing monitoring bodies access to these regions to ensure respect for human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Last question on behalf of the political groups comes from Mr. Paul Gavin from Ireland on behalf of the Unified European Left. Paul, you have 30 seconds. Your microphone.
Thank you, Minister. This month we mark the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which plays a crucial role in underpinning human rights across the north of Ireland. In light of a number of proposed new pieces of British government legislation threatening to undermine the human rights framework of that agreement, do you agree that 25 years on should result in mechanisms being put in place to ensure the full implementation of the agreement in order to deal comprehensively with outstanding issues such as a Bill of Rights, restitution and justice, women's rights, and respect for the clauses regarding constitutional change?
Thank you, Paul. Madam Minister.
Thank you. Well, first, the recent 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement underscored its remarkable and rare achievement in ending decades of conflict. And human rights are central to the agreement, which is underpinned by the European Convention on Human Rights. Many years ago, the British government met its commitment in the agreement to incorporate the convention into the law of Northern Ireland through the adoption of the Human Rights Act 1998. However, like you mentioned, full implementation of this historic agreement has not yet been achieved. And in its role under Article 46 of the Convention to supervise the execution of the judgment of the court, the Committee of Ministers is closely examining the progress of the Northern Ireland Troubles Legacy and Reconciliation Bill. The committee has expressed serious concerns that this legislation is not in compliance with the European Convention and will not enable restitution for victims. The committee has also received submissions from the Commissioner and civil society relaying the deep concerns in Northern Ireland about the impact on the peace settlement under the Good Friday Agreement if the bill is implemented. So echoing the committee's calls, I urge the UK authorities to take steps to allay the concerns about the bill's compatibility with the Convention before the committee examines this issue again, and it's June G8 or Human Rights meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. We are running out of time, but I can allow 3 more questions. I propose to take the 3 questions together, and then you have your final possibility to answer. First, I call Madam Ripsine Grigorian from Armenia. You have 30 seconds, Madam.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Minister, war is back to Europe and our region. We're all facing incredible challenges to security and human rights. And in this context, the expectations are very high from the Reykjavik summit in that it can relaunch the Council of Europe as an instrument for collective security through democracy and the rule of law. In your vision, what can the summit do? What contribution can it have to address the existing security challenges in an inclusive manner so that it also addresses issues related to Nagorno-Karabakh conflict and to the recent aggression of Azerbaijan against Armenia? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question comes from Madam Nigar Aparadai from Azerbaijan. Nigar, 30 seconds.
Madam Minister, I would like to remind you that 30 years ago, one of the member states of Council of Europe, Armenia, has occupied lands of Azerbaijan and expelled Azerbaijanis from their homes. After liberation of Azerbaijani lands in 2020, Azerbaijani IDPs and refugees should be going back home, but they cannot because their homes are destroyed and those territories are heavily planted and contaminated with landmines planted by Armenian occupying forces. And unfortunately, those landmines continue to kill civilians every day, and even if we see the figures after the end of 2020, around 300 people have been killed or seriously injured as a result of mine explosions. And unfortunately, these figures goes up every day, every week. And my question is, what can Council of Europe do to push Armenia to provide Azerbaijan with maps of minefields, with accurate data, with available data on the landmine maps? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigar. Our last question, la dernière question vient de M. Damien Cotier de la Suisse. Damien, 30 secondes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Madam President of the Committee of Ministers, first of all, thank you for everything Iceland has been doing during this semester. A lot of work in many, many fields. I just mentioned the child. You have spoken about the children's rights for LGBTI persons, for example, and the preparation of the summit. And in this context, 2 questions. What will be the place of the tribunal, special tribunal for the crime of aggression? Will there be a strong statement by the head of state and government there on this very important question requested unanimously by this assembly? And second question, what will be there about artificial intelligence, a whole new field, a new continent that we have to discover with its chances and dangers? Thank you very much.
Merci, Damien. Madam Minister, could you please answer to the 3 questions?
I will do my utmost best. Well, first, regarding Nagorno-Karabakh, the current humanitarian situation there is of course, a matter of concern, and freedom of movement along the Latvian corridor should be ensured in line with interim measures decided by the European Court of Human Rights and the order of the International Court of Justice. And I already expressed my concern about the humanitarian situation in the region last January, and I can only repeat my call for guaranteeing free and open movement of people and commerce on the Latvian corridor. It should be recalled that by becoming members of the organization in 2001, Armenia and Azerbaijan undertook to find a peaceful solution to the conflict. Both countries must act in accordance with their own commitments. They should refrain from provocations. Dialogue is key to avoid further deterioration of the situation. Regarding the summit and the things you mentioned, first of all, the Council of Europe supports efforts to set up a special tribunal on the crime of aggression. And there's no lack of support, but the concrete steps, we will have to see how the wording will be, but we have a clear focus on the on accountability in general, and on register of damages, which I believe is extremely important. And we know that the discussion on special tribunal is being held in many institutions and a lot of pressure and a lot of will, but a very complicated issue, which I truly hope we will find a strong solution, because the accountability is key, and we cannot have a gap when it comes to accountability. So we have to find ways. That's morally the right thing to do, and it's a complicated legal task, which I believe we will be able to solve with the spice of politics and diplomacy and all those things to make that happen. Regarding artificial intelligence, it is in our draft declaration. This is an issue. Now I can just talk from my heart, as a politician, and put my Icelandic hat on. This is an issue which I believe very few individuals on earth truly understand what's about to happen. And I think in my personal opinion, I think it's extremely important to have some wording, because if we want this summit to age well, and we wouldn't address this at all, I think that wouldn't age especially well. I think this is going to change the way we do things, the way we study, the way we solve problems, the way we heal wounded, everything. And there are a lot of opportunities that comes with it, but there are also a lot of challenges and problems and moral questions. And I can say for myself, it does worry me that we have created something that we don't understand and will have some power that we don't even have. So I truly hope that we can find some wording that we can all agree upon, because I think it would be strange not to. And I think if we look, after 2 years, we look 2 years back and there was nothing on this, I think that would raise a lot of questions.
And that could raise enough questions, Madam Minister, but now we come to the end of our questions. There was a far longer list, but I think you took your time to explain your priorities and to answer the questions from our side. Thank you very much for your participation in today's session, and I wish you well. I wish you well, all the best in the preparation of the summit. As you said, we will be there, you will be there in the Standing Committee the day before the summit. Despina wrote something, but I cannot read it, but I have to check.
That the minister will stay with us, I understand.
Yes, but I did not say that you would already leave here, because you will stay to be part of the beginning of the next debate. But thank you very much for answering the questions, and we wish you bon chance in the upcoming 3 weeks. Dear colleagues, I inform you that the ballot for the election of one judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of Romania is now closed. If a second round has to be organized, it will take place tomorrow afternoon from 4 to 5 p.m. And I invite the tellers to go and verify the results. I will announce the results of the elections later this afternoon. The next item of business this afternoon is a current affairs debate on the road to Reykjavik, with a statement by Madam Jofra O'Leary, President of the European Court of Human Rights. Thank you very much for being here with us, Jofra. Speaking time in the debates is limited to 3 minutes for all members except the first speaker, chosen by the Bureau, who is allowed to 7 minutes. In the debate, I first call Madam Fiona O'Loughlin. Fiona, you have 7 minutes. Where is Fiona? There she comes. Fiona, you have the floor for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. What an honour and privilege it is for me as an Irish person as an Irish woman to address President Siofra O'Leary as the very first Irish person and indeed the very first woman to hold this prestigious post as President of the European Court of Human Rights. So, dear President, President of the Committee of Ministers, President of the European Court of Human Rights, Madam Secretary-General, ambassadors and, of course, colleagues. The Russian Federation is undoubtedly writing a very bloody page in European history, waging a barbaric war of aggression to achieve its imperialistic objectives. And the impact of this is felt all around the world, but obviously most particularly in Ukraine. It is exactly because of this, because our deepest and closely held values are being trampled upon, that we must reaffirm our identity and recommit to first principles. This Assembly, representing the parliaments of the 46 member states of the Council of Europe, strongly supports the Reykjavik summit. It is a matter of well-known fact that holding a summit was a long-standing request of ours, and that we unanimously adopted a set of robust proposals for the Committee of Ministers to be taken into account in its preparation. Leadership is crucial at times of uncertainties, backsliding and reversals. Europe and its citizens needs its highest political representatives, our heads of state and government, to show their unfaltering commitment to the core values of the Council of Europe, their unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, the resolve to ensure that a comprehensive system is set up so that the Russian Federation is held accountable for its manifold serious violations of international law and the damage and suffering it continues to cause. I thank the Icelandic presidency for its guidance and outstanding efforts in the preparation of the summit. The Reykjavik summit is the response of the member states to the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine. It should also be the platform which ensures that the Council of Europe can prevent similar situations from reoccurring in the future. In March last year, the Assembly and the Committee of Ministers, the two statutory organs of the organisation, made the decision to exclude the Russian Federation from the Council of Europe. But, as the Secretary-General, Ms. Maria Burek, said a few weeks ago when addressing the conference on Black Sea security, one of the lessons learned is that we needed to take action earlier. The Assembly and the Committee of Ministers should continue to work hand in hand in a constructive spirit of cooperation to ensure that the summit forges a strong political will to continue the investment in the Council of Europe as a peace project. The summit should set an ambitious and renewed vision for the Council of Europe. Declarations of principles are very important and very necessary. But above all, we need tangible outcomes and new tools to ensure that the Council of Europe can make a difference in promoting democratic security in Europe. While its areas of expertise should remain the same, democracy, human rights and the rule of law, the organisation should be given means, greater means, to have an impact on its member states, to stay ahead of developments, keeping up with societal change and citizens' demands. In this vision, the European Convention on Human Rights should continue to be central. I thank you, Madam President of the Court, for being here today and having accepted to take part in this debate. We both come from a country where cultural identity and heritage is important, valued and finally respected. The same must be the case also for Ukraine. The European Convention on Human Rights represents the most advanced supranational system for the protection of human rights worldwide, giving individuals the right to take a case before an international court. As the main international achievement in the area of human rights protection, which has a direct and tangible impact on the lives of all Europeans, the Convention and the Convention system should be safeguarded and strengthened. This is why, for the Assembly, the Summit should and must reaffirm the binding nature of the judgments and decisions on interim measures of the European Court of Human Rights and their primacy over those of national jurisdictions. Further reinforce the execution of judgments by strengthening relevant cooperation activities and enhancing the means at our disposal in cases of non-compliance. Acknowledge and promote the role of national parliaments, national human rights institutions and civil society organisations in monitoring compliance with the Convention and the Court's judgments and decisions. The Assembly welcomes the common understanding with the Committee of Ministers that safeguarding the Convention system should be central to the Summit and expresses the support that it may be given the resources to accomplish its mission. In its January recommendation, the Assembly formulated its proposals for the Summit. The Committee of Ministers seemed to agree with certainly some, if not the most, of these proposals. In the area of accountability, the Assembly strongly supports the creation of a register of damage caused by the Russian Federation in Ukraine, which will pave the way to a compensation mechanism. In the area of democracy, the Assembly welcomes the work being done with a way to developing the Reykjavik principles of democracy. The Assembly supports strengthening the role of the Venice Commission and putting greater emphasis on social rights and equality. It also agrees with the need to better engage youth and civil society and to establish dialogue with democratic forces, associations, journalists and human rights defenders from Belarus and the Russian Federation who share Council of Europe values. In the area of multilateralism, the Assembly shares the Committee of Ministers' views that the strategic partnership with the European Union should be further upgraded and relations with the United Nations should be strengthened. The Assembly, however, also believes that the Summit should aim higher, and I want to be very clear about this. The Summit should have greater ambition, long-term vision and political courage. This is the time. In the past 2 days, I have heard several voices saying that we should have regular summits. I think that it's more important to ensure that this summit is a success, not only as an event, not only as a symbol, but also for its impacts on the lives of Europeans and all of those whom we represent. Europe is confronted with extraordinary challenges which are amplified by the ongoing war. We must reverse the backsliding of democracy. We must establish effective early warning and rapid reaction mechanisms. We must tackle climate change and protect the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. To tackle these challenges, new solutions are necessary because the instruments we have at our disposal are not robust enough, are not effective enough, or were developed in a fundamentally different context. We are on the road to Reykjavik, and discussions on the outcome document are still open. If we believe that a new body or structure can serve to tackle a major challenge, it is worth the political and budgetary investment. The Assembly therefore reiterates its calls to set up an ad hoc international criminal tribunal to investigate and prosecute the crime of aggression committed by the political and military leadership of the Russian Federation. It strongly supports establishing a Commissioner for Democracy to engage systematically with Member States and provide early warning and rapid reaction. As regards the environment, it is absolutely imperative that we have a new, legally binding Council of Europe framework to guarantee the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, and to set up the Reykjavik Commission to promote best practices and legislation.
Could you come
Dear
to an
President,
end now?
President of the Committee of Ministers, President of the European Court of Human Rights, Madam Secretary-General, Ambassadors and colleagues, it is our responsibility to draw lessons from experience. We owe this to the Ukrainian people whose lives are being devastated by the war. We owe this to the citizens that we represent and who want to live in peace in democratic countries that protect their human rights. The Reykjavik Summit should be the starting point for a renewed Council of Europe with a greater capacity to contribute to our shared democratic security, to respond to our citizens' real concerns and to tackle the momentous challenges that confront us. We should make the most of this chance. I look forward to today's debate and to tomorrow's meeting of the Joint Committee as opportunities to continue our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Fiona, I allowed you some minutes more because you were our rapporteur on our wishes with regards to the summit, and your report was adopted unanimously, so I thought that the Assembly would excuse me for giving you a bit more time. Now I have the pleasure, before we start with the rest of the list of the speakers, I have the pleasure to give the floor to the President of the European Court of Human Rights, Judge Siofra O'Leary. Madam President, thank you for being here with us today. It is an honor to have you among us for our debate on the road to Reykjavik and for your first address to this Parliamentary Assembly. We already learned from the Icelandic chairmanship that the position of the court and the execution of the verdicts of the court and the convention-based system on which the Council of Europe functions will be amongst the important items in the summit. And therefore, I think it's most timely to have you here, Madam President, to hear your input with regard to the road to Reykjavik and the position of the court. The next 10 minutes are for you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, President Cox, President of the Committee of Ministers, Secretary-General Hatzivassiliou, honourable members of the Parliamentary Assembly. It's both an honour and a privilege to address you this afternoon in my capacity as President of the European Court of Human Rights. The symbolism of addressing you in this hemicycle on this side of the River Eel is notable. Creating more deliberate and productive synergies between the Council of Europe and the European Union and between the Assembly and my court can only lead to a more harmonised European political and legal space, and with it to greater peace and stability. That is, after all, what your and my work is all about. Your dual membership of this European Assembly and national parliaments is essential for the smooth functioning of the Convention system and for fostering an effective human rights culture across the Council of Europe. National parliaments are well placed to participate in human rights protection because of their representative, legislative and oversight functions. Firstly, you enjoy democratic legitimacy, and your work as elected representatives constitutes a fundamental element of what the Court calls the European public order. Many Convention rights seek specifically to protect your vital work and to safeguard the foundations of an effective and meaningful democracy governed by the rule of law. Secondly, as lawmakers, you can ensure that measures are taken to prevent human rights violations and that domestic remedies are available if such violations occur. Thirdly, you oversee the executive and scrutinise your government's compliance with convention obligations, not least respect for Strasbourg Court judgments and decisions. The Court, as I hope you know, is very attentive to national legislative processes. In the seminal case of animal defenders against the United Kingdom, which concerned a statutory prohibition on paid political advertising, the key question was whether such an interference with freedom of expression was necessary in a democratic society. In finding no violation, the Court took into account the fact that the legislation in question had undergone extensive examination by the UK Parliament, had enjoyed cross-party support, and had been assessed in depth for its compatibility with the Convention by the UK courts. In a room full of national parliamentarians from 46 different states, I think it's worth stressing a particular passage from that 2013 judgment, and I quote, "There is a wealth of historical, cultural and political differences within Europe, so that it is for each state to mould its own democratic vision. By reason of their direct and continuous contact with the vital forces of their countries, their societies and their needs, national legislative and judicial authorities are best placed to assess the particular difficulties in safeguarding the democratic order in their state. By adhering to and strengthening the principle of subsidiarity, the Court creates incentives for Member States to do a better job fulfilling their obligations under Article 1 of the Convention, namely, securing to everyone within their jurisdiction their human rights and freedoms. National parliaments also have a special role to play in relation to the implementation of the Court's judgments, a point underlined by Fiona O'Loughlin and a point that you will debate tomorrow. Unexecuted judgments undermine the authority and functioning of the Convention system. Where the root cause of a systemic problem at national level remains untreated, the Court continues to receive applications, often in their hundreds and thousands, and continues to find violations which stem from that systemic or structural problem. But a court encumbered with repetitive applications is not a court allowed to perform the vital role which is ours in guaranteeing that European societies are and remain democratic societies underpinned by the rule of law. As explained in our memorandum in preparation for the 4th Summit, close to 80% of our current case law, in other words, 76,000 pending applications, relates to legal questions the subject of well-established case law or purely repetitive applications. From the perspective of the Court, the Parliamentary Assembly also plays a particularly crucial role when electing judges in accordance with Article 22 of the Convention, something which I know you are engaged in today. It cannot be said often enough. The quality of the Court and its case law depends on the quality of the independent and impartial judges elected by you. Your scrutiny of candidates is therefore essential. Your involvement provides democratic legitimacy to the Court and should diffuse ab initio general, at times cleverly framed, but unsubstantiated and far-fetched allegations about lack of independence and impartiality of Court members. It cannot often be said often enough, and forgive me for underlining something which is so elementary, when national selection bodies provide the advisory panel and the Assembly with a list of 3 excellent candidates, the election of an excellent judge naturally ensues. When performing your parliamentary function, you have elected judges from different judicial, academic and civil society backgrounds, which has proved a source of richness and balance in the Court for decades. As you are aware, the term of office of 4 sitting judges have expired, in 2 cases by over a year and a half. 12 sitting judges will come to the end of their mandate in 2024. It's evident that delays in the selection and election process risks bringing the efficient functioning of the Court, to which I am devoting my entire presidency, to a standstill. And I thank the President of PACE and the Secretary-General most warmly for their consistent efforts in this regard. The more efficient and transparent the process of selection and election, the less room we have for unjustified attacks, whose goal, let me be very frank, may be other than securing the independence and authority of the Strasbourg Court. In this regard, let me also reassure you that my defence of the Court and its work leaves ample room for institutional self-criticism, ongoing reflection and reform, in which I and my colleagues are constantly engaging. In the run-up to the Fourth Summit, where questions relating to the accountability of Russia will be central to your discussions, it is worth reiterating that the Strasbourg Court across the River Eel is the only international tribunal currently dealing with human rights issues related to the ongoing war in Ukraine. It is the only international court which is examining at the merits stage events in Ukraine dating back to 2014 and up to the full-scale invasion in February 2022. As I emphasized at the Committee of Ministers less than 2 weeks ago, the role of the court should not be overlooked in any declarations on accountability which may emerge in Reykjavik. The tragic events in Ukraine, the expulsion of Russia from the Council of Europe, the crippling of dissent and civil society in that former member state, and the forces which gave rise to these events remind us what happens when democracies break down or when its roots are so fragile that they can easily be upended. They should also remind us of the value of the precious instrument which is the European Convention on Human Rights, left to us by our forefathers, and if you will forgive me, by our foremothers. Next month's summit comes at a crucial moment for Europe's rule-based order. I will be honoured to represent the Court and will engage in bilaterals concerning the functioning of the Court and the Convention system on that occasion. For over 60 years, the Court has dealt with well over 1 million applications, handing down over 26,000 judgments. Those judgments have saved many lives. They have transformed many thousands of other lives, and they have contributed to positive social change across our member states. A detailed update regarding the current caseload situation in the Court is available in the speech I delivered to the Committee of Ministers, and which I'm sure the Secretary-General can make available to you. In the Court's memorandum in preparation for the summit, we focus on 4 issues: safeguarding the Convention system, resources, accountability and execution, 2 of which I've already referenced. At the summit, the Court is seeking a renewed commitment from the contracting states to the Convention system and to the binding nature of the Court's judgments and decisions. We thank the Assembly most warmly for seeking the same in your January declaration, and allow me to salute the work of my compatriot, Fiona O'Loughlin, and her team in this regard. Beyond renewed political commitment, the Court is also calling for sufficient and sustainable financial resources to enable us to exercise effectively our judicial function and to handle the caseload expeditiously. We call on you and on the heads of state and government to translate the discourse of values into material and political support. In the words of the previous President of the Committee of Ministers, if not now, when? Chers membres de l'Assemblée parlementaire, la guerre d'Ukraine, par ses effets humains et matériels et ses répercussions géopolitiques à l'échelle du monde, fait peser un risque majeur sur le système de valeurs communes qui lie les États du Conseil de l'Europe et nos peuples. Au fil des ans, ce système conventionnel, qui avait été imaginé par les esprits les plus éclairés du XXe siècle, est devenu le plus sophistiqué pour la sauvegarde de la démocratie et l'état de droit que l'humanité ait jamais connu. Mais ce système peut être fragilisé face à des forces externes animées par des dynamiques totalement différentes et fonctionnant selon des règles bien moins contraignantes. Si on ajoute à cette pression externe certains signes alarmants de fatigue, voire d'érosion démocratique à l'intérieur même de nos pays, la menace qui pèse sur notre modèle de société, je le dis avec toute la gravité qui s'impose, est une menace existentielle. Votre Assemblée, notre Assemblée et notre Cour, votre Cour, sont au cœur de ce système de protection. Je peux vous assurer que la Cour garde le cap du système conventionnel qui fait de vos juges nationaux les premiers et les plus importants juges de la Convention. Elle garde le cap sans fléchir, consciente aussi de la responsabilité historique qui est la sienne, malgré la modestie de ses moyens et malgré les attaques infondées et parfois virulentes dont elle fait l'objet et auxquelles, en tant que juridiction, elle ne peut pas répondre. Elle garde le cap grâce à l'action infatigable des juges et des agents du greffe, que je voudrais saluer ici, qui mènent notre mission sans hésitation et dans le respect de notre serment. Mais je ressens, de par votre invitation, tout le soutien que vous portez à cette institution et à son œuvre, et je vous en suis profondément reconnaissante. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for your contribution to our debate, your most valuable contribution to our debate. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Birger Thorarinsson from Iceland, and he will speak on behalf of the EPP. Birger, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
I would like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to all the member states that have committed to attending the upcoming summit in Reykjavik. Your heads of states and government will receive warm welcome in Iceland. Reykjavik has already demonstrated that it can have a significant role in dire times. Reykjavik was the place where the leaders of the United States and the Soviet Union, Presidents Reagan and Gorbachev, met. The Reykjavik meeting paved the way for further negotiations and discussions that eventually led to the end of the Cold War. Höfði House, located on the shore of the Atlantic Ocean, where the meeting took place in 1986, became a symbol of peace and demonstrated the power of dialogue and diplomacy. The upcoming summit in Iceland represents an opportunity to build on that legacy and recommit to our common values. I wish that Reykjavik summit would mark the first steps towards peace between Ukraine and Russia. Let's all make the meeting a historic event. Mr. President, Iceland has been committed to an open and transparent process leading up to the summit and issued for the first time in the history of Council of Europe an open call for inputs. More than 100 actors and stakeholders contribute to the open call. Iceland also advocated for important issues, such as accountability for the atrocities committed by the Russian regime against Ukraine. The important work has laid the ground for the negotiations and discussions among the 46 member states of the Council of Europe and will be a meaningful contribution to the outcome of the summit. The responsibility rests now in the hands of the head of states and governments to make sure that the Reykjavik summit will mark the first steps in ensuring accountability for the war crimes committed by Russia against the brave people of Ukraine. The Reykjavik summit can be remembered for taking these vital first steps towards accountability by establishing a register of damage for Ukraine. To record all damage, loss, or injury caused by the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Mr. President, in Reykjavik, the Russian regime will face the consequences of its actions. Let us make Russia remember the Reykjavik summit. Under the midnight sun in Reykjavik, we must bring hope to the people of Ukraine.
Thank you, Birger. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Julian Bulai from Romania. This was still for Birger, not yet for Julian. Julian is going to speak on behalf of the group of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats in Europe.
Thank you so much, President, and thank you so much for being generous with every one of us. That being said, Madam Minister of Foreign Affairs Ylva, Madam President Shifra O'Leary of the European Court of Human Rights, dear President, dear Madam Secretary General, dearest Fiona, thank you so much for your fantastic work in the past year. You've been so open to so many contributions to this fantastic report leading to the Reykjavik summit on the heads of states and governments. And you've been very generous with every pertinent contribution that came to your table in order to make this a reference point in the history of our institution. And this is to be noted, and I hope that this will be a report that we'll be referring to even after the end of the summit. That being said, credit has to be given to those who had the initiative, the courage and the possibilities to initiate this whole initiative, which is a possibility to refresh the whole institution and to pave a new way for new values and for repairing what's wrong around us. So this thanks goes to you, President Pini, because you had the courage and you had this initiative and this whole assembly supported you. And I'm very happy that the Committee of Ministers follow along and gave you credit for this great initiative. That being said, I share with you the quote that I liked the most from the speech of Madam Ylva. We need to have more courage and less comfort. And this is what the summit will be about. Because now in Europe, we have a great wound. And that wound is the Russian aggression in Ukraine. And we need to heal it. And we need to heal it with justice. This is why we're having this summit. And we need to be courageous and get out of our comfort zone by not only having the register for the losses of the war, but also be ambitious for the ad hoc tribunal that needs to be settled. Have a clear reference on the need of the new generation of human rights. Be very clear on the challenges, but also the opportunities of the artificial intelligence. All these elements have to be in the final resolution, and I have full trust that all of you, and you, Madam Ministers, and all the ambassador presidents here, and all the colleagues would go home and do these talks with every relative representative of the member countries in order to achieve these goals, and in order not only to go to Reykjavik to confirm existing things, but to have a general refreshment and open for new opportunities and perspectives for this institution. That being said, we are now in a historical building which has a fantastic architecture showing a construction that is ongoing. And you can see this if you can see it from outside. This is also very much reflected by the ambitions of this Assembly to work on the ongoing construction of a better Council of Europe, of a courageous and visionary institution that has to be more relevant, more pertinent, more courageous, thanks to this fantastic summit. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you all in Reykjavik, and let us have the courage to transform this institution through this summit to something pertinent, relevant, and great for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Julian. Now I call in the debate Mr. Norbert Kleinwachter from Germany, and he speaks on behalf of the European Conservatives. Norbert, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. The title of our debate is Road to Reykjavik, and it must be clear that the Reykjavik summit cannot only be a reaction to the war in Ukraine, it must especially make sure that the Council of Europe works better. And for our group, the ECDA, it's clear that the focus must be on the core values that we stand for, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, and they have been severely compromised lately. Where have human rights been when we talked about obligatory vaccinations? Actually, human rights are supposed to be defensive rights of citizens against their governments, not of governments against their citizens. Where is democracy really when we talk about the beating up of protesters in Macron's France? Not only the yellow vests, but also the protesters against the presidential pension reforms that were passed by the president, but never by the parliament. And what is actually the meaning of rule of law when the other two values are so compromised? Actually, in scholarly debates, scientists like Nicole Citrolka and Stefan Auer are talking about the transformation of the rule of law to the rule of rules. And Barbara Delcourt actually explains that the rule of law is becoming a tool for intervention. This is wrong. This is the wrong path. The Council of Europe is moving away from defending the citizen against the government to defending ideologies against the citizen. And case law derived from the 1950 Convention is supposed to replace politics. It's supposed to replace democratic debate, national decision-making. And we see that especially when we talk about very political issues that are not necessarily connected to human rights, say gender, climate, migration, vaccination discrimination. We've heard from Mrs. Gjordov that environmental rights, artificial intelligence will be discussed, and member states are supposed to adhere to a set of core values that they commit to, absolutely. But then the people deciding on those core values, making judgment at the European Court of Human Rights, and unfortunately Mrs. O'Leary did not mention this, are often fraught with NGO lobbyism. There are a lot of judges, as the European Center for Law and Justice has found out, that have served for NGOs before their term here and that appear to still be serving their NGOs' interests. And that is a huge problem that we have to solve in this House and at the Reykjavik Summit. There are two roads leading from Reykjavik, I would say. There's one road that will make the Council of Europe a more ideological place. That will lead and force real democracies to move away from this institution. There can also be a road to being a more democratic place, with respect for sovereign nations, with different views, with different policy making, that unite in the pursuit of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. The summit will decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Norbert. Now I call in the debate Mr. George Katrougalis from Greece, and George speaks on behalf of the Unified European Left. George?
Thank you very much, Tini. First of all, I must tell you that we are all grateful to the Icelandic government, to you personally, for your leadership, which made possible the road to Reykjavik, and also to Fiona for an excellent report. Fiona is making explicit reference both to social inequalities and to the democratic backsliding. And I think that these two phenomena are interconnected. Pope Francis has reminded us that inequality kills. Oxfam, that the wealth of just the 100 richest billionaires would be enough to eradicate poverty 4 times. But it is not just about the poor persons. The fact that the 1% of our societies pocket the 2/3 of the new wealth is hitting equally middle class and working class. And it is exactly this feeling that the life condition is always continuously worsening, that our children are going to have a worse life than ours. And above all, the belief that the economy is rigged in the behalf of the rich and the powerful is the basic reason that populism is thriving. So, we need social justice, but we need also justice at the level of the international scene. Not impunity, accountability, and full support to Ukraine. But we don't want selective justice. That's why we must be very careful not to undermine the authority and the jurisdiction of the ICC, of the International Criminal Court. It is a sad fact that only half of the countries of the Council of Europe have ratified the amendments which give to the ICC jurisdiction to face the crime of aggression. It's even more problematic that it has been the European countries that they have accepted that the ICC will not have jurisdiction over states that they have not ratified this amendment. The United States have gone even far beyond that. You know, I suppose, that the American Service Member Protection Act gives the President the power, I quote, to use all means necessary and appropriate to bring about the release of any US personnel being detained or imprisoned by, on behalf of, or at the request of the International Criminal Court. All means includes also military ones. That is the reason that slightly, only slightly humoristically, this act has been nicknamed the Hague Invasion Act. So beware, Mr. President. Maybe we are in front of a second invasion of Netherlands. But of course, I'm joking. This does not concern Netherlands. It should concern all of us. And we must be, all of us, behind the jurisdiction and the authority of the ICC. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, George. And the last speaker on behalf of the political groups will be Mr. Frank Schwabe from Germany on behalf of the group of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens. Frank?
Herr Präsident, verehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen! Dieser Gipfel ist eine einmalige Chance. Es ist ein Gipfel der Regierung, aber es ist auch klar, dieser Gipfel kommt auf unsere Initiative zustande. Es sind unsere inhaltlichen Beiträge, die diesen Gipfel prägen. Und wir haben am Ende die Jugendorganisation, die Menschenrechtsorganisationen und den Kongress im Rucksack mit dabei. Ich will mich nochmals bedanken, schon bei der irischen Präsidentschaft, die das Ganze vorbereitet hat, und dann bei der isländischen Präsidentschaft, die es geschafft hat, fast alle Staats- und Regierungschefs nach Island, nach Reykjavik zu bringen. Und diejenigen, die nicht da sind, die werden sich erklären müssen dafür, dass sie entsprechend nicht da sind. Es war Russlands Krieg und Russlands Angriff auf die Ukraine, der letztlich dazu geführt hat, dass es den letzten Anstoß für diesen Gipfel gab. Aber auch nachdem die Ukraine, was wir uns mit ganzem Herzen wünschen, sich erfolgreich gegen den russischen Angriff verteidigt hat, werden Dinge bleiben von dem, was wir in Sachen Ukraine auf den Gipfel beschließen. Das Tribunal wird wichtige Akzente für die Zukunft setzen, aber auch das Thema der Kompensation setzt Maßstäbe für die Zukunft. Ich will 4 Dinge mitgeben auf den Weg nach Reykjavik. Erstens, das Allerwichtigste dieser Organisation ist der Europäische Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte. Und ich bedanke mich bei der Präsidentin des Gerichtshofs dafür, dass sie da ist. Und ich will ausdrücklich zurückweisen, was im Namen der konservativen Fraktion hier an Angriffen getätigt wurde gegen den Gerichtshof. Die Gerichtsurteile sind das Wichtigste, was wir haben. Und wir sind dafür da, das Gericht zu schützen, dafür zu sorgen, dass die Gerichtsurteile ohne Wenn und Aber umgesetzt werden. Das Zweite ist das Thema der Finanzierung dieser Organisation. Das ist unsere Organisation und es ist am Ende wenig Geld, was wir hier einsetzen im Verhältnis zu dem, was am Ende dabei rauskommt. Deswegen erwarte ich, dass das Thema Finanzierung adressiert wird, auch in der Abschlussdeklaration dieses Gipfels. Das Dritte ist das Thema der Erweiterung der Europäischen Union in Richtung Europäischer Menschenrechtskonvention. Die Länder, die dort vielleicht noch Bedenken haben, müssen überzeugt werden. Und als Viertes will ich nennen die neue Dimension der Menschenrechte, soziale Menschenrechte, Umwelt, aber auch Artificial Intelligence. Wir haben noch 20 Tage harte Arbeit, die genutzt werden müssen. Wir geben unsere Ideen heute noch mal mit auf den Weg. Aber wir haben auch eine Aufgabe auf der nationalen Ebene, unsere Regierungen zu überzeugen, zum Erfolg dieses Gipfeltreffens beizutragen. Der Europarat ist die beste Organisation, die wir haben. Ist der Europarat perfekt? Nein, ist er nicht. Aber es ist das Beste, was wir haben an Ideen und auch an Institutionen, um unsere Werte umzusetzen. Russlands Angriffskrieg auf die Ukraine hat uns an den Abgrund geführt, hat uns gezeigt, was der Abgrund sein kann, wenn man Menschenrechte, Demokratie und Rechtsstaat mit Füßen tritt. Wir haben jetzt die einmalige Chance, in Reykjavik zur Erneuerung dieser Organisation beizutragen, zur Festigung dieser Organisation beizutragen, um unsere Werte zu schützen. Und wir sollten diese nächsten 20 Tage nutzen, um das auch so zu tun. Vielen Dank.
Dankeschön, Frank. Now I call in the debate Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris from Lithuania. Emanuelis.
It's working, yes, thank you so much. So, dear friends, I am in this assembly from '93. 30 years I followed, about 30 years I followed all developments. But before that, I was in Reykjavik in the '91 January, when Soviet power took over TV tower and tried to make a coup in Lithuania against our statehood. And then we came to idea, Madam Minister, to choose you like a partner. And this is during Soviet terrible night. of Soviet attacks, we asked you for recognition of the Baltic independence. And you did it. So not only for Ronald Reagan Gorbachev Museum, who is functioning well in your great Reykjavik capital, but the museum of your brave behaviors during Soviet time, not recognizing the occupation of the Baltic countries, should be established. So we are just now looking to your side, dear Minister, and thank you for hosting us during Standing Committee meeting in Reykjavik and sharing with us your views. And now, just like our friends mentioned 20 days. Mr. Schwab mentioned 20 days, Bolle mentioned ad hoc tribunal, and Secretary General mentioned register. So registers will be established of Russia crimes against Ukraine. But ad hoc means ad hoc special tribunal, not looking of the formulas, should be established too. From your side, we are just waiting after 18 years of break between our summits of Council of Europe. When our united approach was shown during all last resolutions after 24th of February attack on Ukraine, when we asked to establish international court, international tribunal. We were expecting from you, Madam Minister, to have circulating among heads of the states, circulating formula of the tribunal, and we hope that it will be not too brave, but in time done, heroic Icelandic attempt, who will be in the history framed with the next museum, next to Ronald Reagan Gorbachev Museum, about your attempt to establish international court. And we hope that this will be formulated and circulated by your Ministry of Justice and your Ministry of Foreign Affairs among heads of the states. And that will be a primary procedure in front of the General Assembly of United Nations when finally they will approve the idea of special tribunal, voting for 131 countries who should approve that in General Assembly. So from my point of view, I'm expecting the same brave stand like it was during the Ronald Reagan Gorbachev time, during the time when you recognized the Baltic independence, during Soviet occupation time, and we are looking to your brave moral leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emanuelis. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Robert Troy from Ireland. Robert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we approach the fourth summit in our 73-year history and the first in 18 years, many has asked the questions, are these frequent enough to ensure as a body we remain fit for purpose and relevant to the citizens we are elected to serve and relevant to address the challenges of today? I think what is more important now is to ensure that this summit is a success. And we are very proud of the role the Irish has played in ensuring this summit happened and influencing same. The work that our diplomatic team has done during our presidency, the role of our former President Mary Robinson in chairing the high-level reflection group, and parallel to that, the exemplary work that my colleague Fiona O'Loughlin did as rapporteur on the report, and demonstrating the importance of this summit, and in order to encourage other member states as the importance of the summit and to ensure that attendance was attended by very senior personnel, we were one of the first countries to ensure that our Taoiseach confirmed his attendance at the summit. The challenges of today are very different to the challenges of 73 years ago, or indeed 18 years ago. The challenges of the war of aggression against Ukraine, the environmental challenges and the devastation climate change is having, and the reluctance of some of our citizens and indeed the reluctance of certain governments to acknowledge the effect of climate change, the advances of technology and how technology can very much be used for the good, how it is used to the detriment of democracies the world over. And the summit is about ensuring our leaders recommit to upholding the founding values of the Council of Europe on human rights, on the rule of law and democracy. And while bringing forward recommendations, to address the challenges of today. Support for Ukraine forms an integral part of this draft document, but I believe we must learn from our past mistakes. It took the Russia invasion of Ukraine before the Council of Europe decided to expel Russia, and we did not act strongly enough at the time of the annexation of Crimea back in 2014. But while there is plenty in this draft document, unless we implement the recommendations and unless we adequately resource critical institutions like the European Court of Human Rights, well then this summit will have failed in their core objective.
Thank you very much. Julian, you have a point of order?
Thank you so much, dear President. Before we are supposed to get the results for the judges, I want to let you know that there was a failure on the screen in terms of the alphabetical number that was exposed, and the third candidate was supposed to be the second, as both R and H are before S. And many people were misled by this mistake that is out of a probably technical matter. So I want to let you know about this because I've been told about this mistake by several members of our Assembly, and I want you to know about this, this possible failure of the system in terms of announcing the correct alphabetical order of the judge candidates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before I will announce the results of the votes, I will study what you just said. We now will continue with Mr. Morten Wold from Norway. Morten, you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The future of Europe must be built on solid democracies, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. The Reykjavik Summit is a unique opportunity for us, the Member States, to rally around the core tasks and principles of the Council of Europe. It is not only not important, it is also urgent. It is urgent for the simple reason that there is a war going on in Europe. It is urgent because of the information in the Legal Committee's report on the implementation of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. The report tells us that the number of judgments not implemented has increased since 2019. And it is urgent because of what we heard yesterday from the Commissioner for Human Rights. 2022 was a year of mass atrocities on European soil. President, colleagues, we need a strong Council of Europe to address these challenges. The argument that the summit in Reykjavik must also address new and future challenges to human rights is strong. But without a solid foundation and all member states being fully committed to our fundamental principles, it is very difficult to prepare for the future and future challenges. This is why I strongly believe that reinforcing respect for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, as it is enshrined in our Convention on Human Rights, should be the top priority for the Reykjavik Summit. I sincerely hope that the minimum outcome of the summit will be a strengthening of the Court of Human Rights and better implementation of its judgments and rulings, a commitment to preventing backsliding of democracy and the rule of law in Europe. Mr. President, if we can unite around these commitments, I am convinced that we will contribute significantly to a more united Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Morten. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Kimmo Kiljunen from Finland. Kimmo, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I'm more than glad that I can now make a statement after my colleague from Norway. I'm coming from Finland, and obviously we Nordic countries are congratulating our fellow country, Nordic country Iceland, and particularly obviously Foreign Minister Gylfadóttir and their delegation in Council of Europe, including the government of Iceland, to organizing this summit. which is obviously a great achievement, and we can also see that how well and concentrated way they are focusing for this summit to be successful. This is more than timely, obviously, that we organize it now, and as we have heard, it's 18 years since the last summit was in Poland, and true, it might be, very many of us can assess that it's a quite long period to have a summit so irregularly or so seldomly. Now it's very timely, and we all understand, like Minister Gylfadóttir mentioned, that main focus obviously is in the security situation in Europe, and in particular the brutal war aggression Russia made against Ukraine, neighboring country. Obviously, we focus on that issue very profoundly in the summit, and it's due to so. The UN Charter was broken. The territorial integrity, which is the basic principle of UN Charter, was broken by one member state, true, but also very, very important for us, Council of Europe, is that that war itself brutally breaks the basic principles of our organization, human rights, democracy, and rule of law. That the result was very clear. Russia couldn't be any more member in this organization. Unfortunately for the citizens of Russia, because they lost obvious opportunity to be part of this organization, and particularly with the value system we are preserving here very much. So that's very, very unfortunate. I nevertheless would like to add that I hope that we don't forget the other issues which are important also for our organization, starting from Istanbul Convention and threat against that one, and several others, including obviously the questions of basic human rights, which we are trying to defend, and obviously in very many of our member states the rule of law is violated very severely, and that's a major question for us to address. I would like to also mention that we can understand that obviously Russia and Belarus are not members of this organization, are not even eligible to be members, but there's one country, Kosovo, which is principally eligible. And I'm not speaking for the Kosovo membership in this organization because of the statehood issue itself, but the issue of the Kosovian people, that they should have the right also to be present in this value system that we are preserving here. So I'm fully arguing that strongly that even in summit in Iceland, I hope that this issue of Kosovo membership in the organization will be addressed. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. The next speaker is Madame Ingrid Shaw. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I would like to start by commending the Icelandic chairmanship on their impressive work in preparing the fourth Council of Europe summit. This summit is of great importance, and it's vital that it's a success. It represents a unique opportunity to strengthen the organization as well as for member states to recommit to the fundamental values and principles of the Council of Europe as enshrined in the European Convention on Human Rights. This was the main message from a recent meeting in Oslo, Norway, which gathered MPs, academics and civil societies to discuss the challenges facing our organization ahead of the Reykjavik summit. I would like to share the four main messages from the meeting. The first one, the summit must decide on measures to improve the implementation of the European Convention on Human Rights and the execution of judgment of the European Court of Human Rights. And the second, the summit must strengthen the democratic pillar of Council of Europe's protection system. And the third, civil society organizations, the Conference of International NGOs, National Human Rights Institution, the academic community and professional organizations should be more included in the work of the Council of Europe. And the fourth, the summit should underline that the Council of Europe shall play a leading role in addressing the devastating impacts on human rights of Russia's war against Ukraine. It is only by addressing these issues that we can safeguard a prospering Europe where each and every citizen has their fundamental rights respected and can take part in democratic decision-making. These issues must be at the core of the consultations in Reykjavik and of the summit declaration. My expectation is that our heads of states and government, by addressing these pressing issues, can stop a development where member states of our organization are moving away from the rule of law, democracy and human rights. Reykjavik is our great opportunity to turn this development around and strengthen the foundations for a strong continent where the rule of law prevails. A united Europe is a stronger Europe, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ingrid. The next speaker is Madam Yevgenia Kravchuk from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, dear Fiona, for all your work that you've done for many, many months. I've been following many speakers answering about what they expect from Reykjavik summit. And remember yesterday, Madam Secretary General was asked, what would you think be the biggest title in the media after the summit? And she said, well, the first in the media would be the establishing the register of claims. Of course, it's big, it's very important because it's the first legally binding instrument that international community will establish. Will it be a good outcome of the summit? Of course. Will it make a historic summit? I probably doubt, but it can still be historic. And this assembly gave a very good way how to do it. A year ago, we were the first international organization to mention the International Ad Hoc Tribunal that has to be established. And of course, the year later, we expect not mentioning again, but actions. And these actions could be taken still during the summit. Yesterday, we had a very good discussion with a brilliant lawyer. His name is Mr. Bill Browder, and he's advocate, and he's one of the authors of Magnitsky Act. And he said a very simple thing, what we need to do. So what we need to do, we need to hold dictators' feet to fire. And establishing ad hoc tribunal is holding dictators' feet to fire in legal way. So I urge Iceland, I urge other countries to push, to be courage, to put this item into agenda and make it happen. And as a chairperson for culture, I also would like to mention a very, very important thing. We cannot forget about culture and education, because culture and education was very important topics for Council of Europe when it was established. And now, given to the current situation in Europe, what we have, it cannot be on the back bench. So thank you for all the work that we already done, and let's make Reykjavik summit historic.
Thank you, Yevgenia. Now the floor goes to Mr. Ahmet Yildiz from Turkey.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, getting close to the historic summit. Personally, I feel excited to attend a summit in this organization, even at the last day of my term here. Hopefully return to this assembly in the next summit. On this occasion, I would like to thank everyone who gave us this opportunity and who worked diligently to present our contributions as the Assembly to this summit for the new vision of the Council of Europe, especially Fiona and her team. Fiona did this contribution in a very inclusive way. After almost 2 decades, we will renew our commitment to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Today, however, we are faced with worrying regressions in these 3 values, challenges that we have not experienced for a long time, and changes we need to adapt. Therefore, we need to reverse the regressions, develop rather more inclusive and comprehensive approaches and new perspectives, and find sustainable solutions to the challenges. Regression in democracy, rule of law, and human rights has led to loss of faith in democracy and trust in democratic institutions, create a ground for xenophobia, played a crucial role in the rise of populism and the polarization of societies, and negatively impacted the full enjoyment of rights enshrined in the Convention. These all have raised some challenges and concerns, such as intolerance, exclusion, racism, xenophobia, and all forms of discrimination, and triggered anti-Muslim hatred, anti-Semitism, hate speech, and hate crime. I am especially worried on this as an envoy of the Assembly to the ECRI, European Committee Against Racism and Intolerance. Nevertheless, I believe one of the major challenges we face today is the return of war to the continent with the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine. From the previous speakers and from all deliberations during the sessions, I am sure that our Council, with the contribution of the Assembly, will deal with this issue in a very responsible manner for the future of our continent. It is also truly admirable that our Assembly has suggested that climate change and artificial intelligence be on the agenda, taking into account the concerns and expectations of European people. Finally, I trust that the summit will succeed in setting out a forward-looking agenda with an inclusive and comprehensive approach, including accountability against the aggressor. Thank you.
Thank you. I call next Mr. Axel Schäfer from Germany.
Frau Präsidentin, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen! Der Weg nach Reykjavik ist das Ziel. Und das Ziel, dass dieser Gipfel stattfindet, ist ein Erfolg für uns als Abgeordnete in besonderer Weise. Deshalb ist es auch unsere Aufgabe als Abgeordnete, dass wir Reykjavik in unseren 46 nationalen Parlamenten auch zur Diskussion stellen. Deshalb ist es auch unsere Aufgabe als Abgeordnete, dass wir das benennen, was als Erfolgen erzielt wird und nicht nur in erster Linie das beklagen, was noch nicht gelungen ist. Und deshalb ist es unsere Verpflichtung als Abgeordneten, dass wir die Botschaft des letzten Gipfels aus Warschau, nämlich voranzugehen zu einem Europa der Demokratie, des Friedens und der Kooperation, heute in ganz anderer Weise aufnehmen müssen. Niemand hat sich 2005 vorgestellt oder auch gewünscht, dass ein Land wie Russland Polen überfällt, so wie es Adolf Nazi 1939 gemacht hat, die Ukraine überfällt, sorry. Und wir sollten stolz darauf sein, dass wir in diesem Jahr eine Geschlossenheit und Entschlossenheit in Europa erreicht haben, hier auch in diesem Gremium mit einer großen Mehrheit, die wir uns vielleicht gar nicht vorgestellt haben. Und deshalb, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, ist es so wichtig, dass wir gerade heute auf dem Weg nach Reykjavik offen uns in die Augen schauen, uns die Hände auch reichen über Länder- und Parteigrenzen hinweg und bekennen, das wichtigste Interesse in jedem einzelnen Land bei uns bleibt die europäische Zusammenarbeit und bleibt der europäische Zusammenschluss. Das ist auch die einzige Antwort, die wir auf Putin geben können, der dieses Europa spalten und zerstören wollen. Die wichtigste historische Errungenschaft der Neuzeit ist dieses gemeinsame Europa. Und lassen Sie uns das auch im Geiste eines großen Internationalisten, des Friedensnobelpreisträgers Willy Brandt tun. Er hat gesagt, und das ist 30 Jahre her, und es passt auf die heutige Situation ganz genau: Nichts kommt von selbst und nur wenig ist von Dauer. Deshalb besinnen wir uns auf unsere Kraft und darauf, dass jede Zeit neue Antworten will und man auf der Höhe zu sein hat, wenn Gutes bewegt werden will. Das ist unsere Aufgabe.
Thank you. I call next Mr. Protasiewicz from Poland. I don't see him on his place. Yeah, you're here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. We are discussing now the issue of upcoming Council of Europe summit, which will be held in Reykjavik on 16th and 17th of May this year. I have no doubts that this will be an extremely important event, not only because this summit is organized after 18 years since the previous one, but also due to the horrible war in Ukraine, one of our Council member states that was invaded by, at that time, another member state of this organization, which was established to preserve peace and secure human rights on our continent. The Russian aggression against Ukraine was a barbaric violation of basic principles the Council of Europe is built, and that was a very right decision to expel Russian Federation from our organization. Well, of course, that resulted in diminished financial resources for the Council operations. However, our plans to make it more efficient must not be less ambitious. From my point of view, two aspects are the most important to achieve that goal. Firstly, we need to strengthen the position of the European Court of Human Rights and to assure binding role of its verdicts. People who feel their human or civic rights were violated by governments must have a chance to be properly treated here in Strasbourg, in the court building, without delay. Secondly, we need to make the European Commission for Democracy through Law, commonly known as the Venice Commission, we need to make its role more effective. It is really disturbing that in more and more states which belong to the Council of Europe, including my own country, the rule of law is backsliding and democracy become a kind of tyranny of majority that uses all available resources, including judicial system, to fight against its opponents, as well as to reduce significantly rights of minorities. Finally, I'd like to express my hope that the Reykjavik summit will send a very strong message to the whole world that such unprovoked and clearly unjustified aggression as we have witnessed for already 14 months in Ukraine will never be accepted by international community, and no negotiations will be possible until the aggressor will withdraw its army from all invaded territories. And, which is of the utmost importance, all people, including political leaders who are responsible for horrible crimes committed in Ukraine, will be prosecuted and eventually brought to the court and properly punished. Thank you.
Thank you. I call next Mrs. Olena Komenko from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Fellow colleagues, any captured Ukrainian territory and any remaining civilians are subject not only to the murder, torture, sexual violence, and abduction of children, for which Moscow's troops are notorious, but also being subsumed into the Russian orbit with its tyranny, repression, and lies. Russia is fighting not only against us, our dear colleagues. They are betting against your democracy, and if you fail to act rapidly, they have their chances to succeed. In November 2022, Ukraine proposed a tangible action plan to reach peace. I believe the Council of Europe has a lot to contribute to reach its objectives and may serve as a lighthouse for strategic priorities of our organization. Ensuring accountability for the crime of aggression committed against Ukraine is therefore critical to avoid impunity. The response of the international community, including the prosecution of the crime of aggression committed against Ukraine, is of critical importance for the future of the international legal order. The United Nations Security Council could enable the ICC to exercise jurisdiction over the crime of aggression against Ukraine. However, this initiative faces the prospect of Russia's veto as an illegal member of the United Nations Security Council. Therefore, the only way for the international community to ensure accountability for the crime of aggression against Ukraine is to create a new, appropriate judicial mechanism, complementary to the ICC system. To be fully effective, this mechanism shall allow for the prosecution of the most senior leadership of the Russian Federation, and therefore your support in making it possible within any prominent international fora like the United Nations General Assembly is of paramount importance. Russian totalitarian machine relies on our indecisiveness and lack of courage. They believe the time is on their side. Only rapid and decisive victory will restore the international principle that land grabs are unacceptable. I urge you to invest all efforts towards the creation of truly international tribunal this year and support its work. These actions would contribute to the re-establishment of the credibility of the international legal order against exceptionist fever dreams. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you, Madam. And then we continue with the next speaker. I think it's Mr. Serhiy Sobolev, EPP Group and Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I think that the main question that now all peoples of Europe are asking, what we are waiting from Reykjavik summit. And I think that it's very important to understand that in the times when a lot of other international organizations became more weak, our organization must have all possibility to become stronger than we were before. For the last decades, from the establishment of our organization, whole Europe and whole world changed dramatically. We had to understand this, and I think that a lot of millions of people are waiting for the reform of our organization. What we can do, for example, in 2008, when Russia occupied 20% of Georgian territory. Remember, Olympic Committee gave possibility for Russia to organize Sochi Olympic Games. What we are waiting from United Nations after 2022, open aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine. Now Russia is a leading country, even now, today, in the main organ of United Nations organization. It's a good example that we had to be other. It's very important to understand that we need to do two main things now. Not only to stop aggression and to return all occupied territories. It's even more important to prevent war. How we can do this? Only in one way. If such dictators as Putin will understand that the first decision of International Criminal Court, it's a first bell for him, we need to do all other steps in order to do this. It's very important to understand that special tribunal, it's the most important thing, and we need to have a map how to organize this tribunal, and Reykjavik conference must answer this question, because without this tribunal, it's impossible to stop no our days wars, no future wars. It's very important to organize the main meeting of all European peoples, where two main organizations, and it's very symbolic, in this building will proclaim the new principles of free world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sobolev. And the next speaker is Mr. Krzysztof Smitzek, the Socialist Group, Poland. And this will be the last speaker in this conversation.
Thank you, Madam President. The Council of Europe Summit of Heads of State and Government is going to be a crucial event in the history of our organization, or at least it should be. To make it effective and to make it comprehensive, the voice of the civil society needs to be heard and needs to be taken into consideration. Therefore, I urge the institution of the Council of Europe, as well as heads of states and national governments, to listen what human rights organizations, which met in The Hague in February and March this year in a great number, what they propose and what they have to say about the reform of our organization. The civil society clearly underlined we need to reaffirm commitments to the Council of Europe and provide sufficient resources to meet the challenges to human rights and the rule of law. We need to structurally improve the implementation of the European Human Rights Convention. We have to strengthen monitoring and preventive systems. We need to clearly oppose to the backlash against gender equality, LGBTQ+ rights and women's rights. We need to address the triple planetary crisis of the climate change. We need to recognize civil society as a cornerstone of the Council of Europe. We have to maintain relations with the civic democratic actors of the European non-member states. We, the Assembly, should send a very clear signal from Strasbourg. Member states should take concrete steps to realize the funding mission and values of the Council of Europe without any delay and blurring. The time is now. The Council of Europe belongs to the citizens of Europe, and their voice is crucial. Their vision is crucial. Their demands are crucial. They call on us to reform our organization, and we need to follow the voice of those who translate European laws and standards into practice on a daily basis in our member states. There is a historic momentum. We cannot miss it. The time to act is now. The time will be in Reykjavik. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smitzek. Now I have interrupted the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. And I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically, if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I remind you that at the end of a current affairs debate, the Assembly is not asked to decide upon a text, but the matter may be referred by the Bureau to the responsible committee for a report. And I give the floor for a short message from the important message from the President.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much also, Fiona, for your presentation. I have opened and closed the vote on the election of a judge in respect of Romania. I have received the process verbal of the tellers. I have concluded that the list of candidates was not presented to you in the alphabetical order. Our rules say that it has to be presented in the alphabetical order. Therefore, I have ruled to annul the voting process. I will not announce then, therefore, any results. And I would propose to you to hold a new first round tomorrow afternoon at the beginning of our sitting at 4 o'clock, so that in case a second round is needed, it can take place at the moment that we already have scheduled at 5 o'clock. Is there any objection against this? There's an objection.
Yeah. Mr. President, I don't see any kind of problem. So, I think, first of all, we were voting for names, not numbers.
Sorry, I have to, one second.
I want to, I want to argue.
Yeah. And this is exactly what I want to say. I have now proposed to have a new first round tomorrow afternoon. You cannot oppose my decision on the annulation of the voting process, because Rule 20 says that I rule, and I have looked to the rules. The rules are clear. I apply the rules as set in Rule 20. So that is not to be debated.
Mr. President, do I have the right to speak?
Yes, and you have now the right to speak on the proposal to hold a new first round tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. That's the subject, not the annulation of the voting process, because I have annulled that. It's out of discussion.
Am I permitted to express my opinion? Okay, so I'm against, and I will oppose the idea of reconsidering and inviting us to have a new vote, because first of all, we voted for names, not for numbers. Secondly, absolutely enough 1 hour to clarify if...
Sorry, sir, sorry. I said it now twice. My decision is my decision. You cannot appeal to that. The proposal that is now to be decided by the Assembly to hold a new first round tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. If you have any comments on that, I give you the floor, not on my decision, because that's the decision of the President. It's not the decision of the Assembly. Do you have any remarks with the proposal to hold a new first round tomorrow at 4 o'clock, sir?
Of course, Mr. President, I'm against, because it's your personal opinion. We voted in this room.
Sorry, the rules say that I have the right
The
to
rules
rule.
goes against our votes.
I will explain.
Excuse me for asking, but you didn't present any kind of argument for repeating the vote.
Thank you very much. You are entitled to ask your question.
Mr. President, we voted names, not numbers.
No, sorry.
And now was enough for everybody to clarify?
I have informed the Assembly that I have got the process verbal of the voting. I have concluded that we did not follow the rules. I take responsibility for that. The list that you got was not in line with our rules. Therefore, I have decided that I annul the voting process. What is now on the agenda of the Assembly is to hold a new first round tomorrow at 4 o'clock. I had one speaker against it, one speaker in favor of it. No? Yes.
Monsieur le Président, votre raisonnement est erroné. Vous ne pouvez pas proposer à cette Chambre de discuter sur le point 2 sans pouvoir discuter du point 1, puisque le point 2 est l'effet du point 1. Cela ne veut rien dire.
Merci.
Vous devez
Merci.
faire le disclosure des résultats. Et après, on verra ce que l'on va décider.
Merci, monsieur. Merci, monsieur. No, merci, monsieur. No, but I am the president, and I have. Sorry, you can continue talking, but that does not make it more relevant. What I say, and again, I have seen that a mistake was made in the publication of the lists. I have seen that our rules are clear. They say alphabetical order. That was not respected. I do not have any other choice than to say that I have to annul the voting process. That means that I cannot announce any results. So that point is taken. Whether everybody likes it or not, this is what the rules say, and I decide this. You are entitled to decide on my proposal to hold a new first round tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Mr. Cotier, you want to speak in favor or?
Yes, I do, Mr. President. I am one of the members of the Committee for the Election of Judges. The president of the committee is not anymore here in Strasbourg today for personal reasons. I just wanted to mention that the order that we had in the committee was the alphabetical order, and the order today was different. And that may cause some doubts or some questions in the Assembly, also because two names are quite similar. So I think your decision is a good one. And it's good to vote tomorrow because you can announce for the people to come again tomorrow for that. So I support.
Thank you very much. Madame de Boer.
Yes, thank you. I totally agree. And I want to propose, because this time we had a 1 hour period to vote, which was of no value at all because you had to be present at the last 5 minutes. So my suggestion would be to have the vote in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for what you said, Mr. Cotier, but I only apply now the rules. The rules say that I have seen that we made a mistake. I take the responsibility for the mistake because I asked you to vote. And therefore, I have to annul the voting process. End of the story. Second round, I now see 4 o'clock. And we will see how we can shorten the process. We have to be aware that an eventual second round will take place at 5 o'clock. Can we live with this decision? Then I decide, and then I conclude that tomorrow at 4 o'clock there will be a new first round, and eventually, if needed, a second round as scheduled at 5 o'clock. Now we continue with the rest of our program of today. No, you continue. One more.
That's better. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the debate on the report titled European Convention on Human Rights and National Constitutions. It's document 15741 presented by Mr. George Katougalis on behalf of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. In order to finish by about 6:40 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers about 6:30 around p.m. to allow time for the reply and vote on the draft resolution. I call Mr. Katougalis, rapporteur. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I had the idea to propose by a motion this subject as to discussion for a resolution, exactly because we see tension arising among the courts of the 3 parallel legal systems we have in our continent. We have the national legal systems having a supreme norm the Constitution. We have, of course, our European Convention of Human Rights and the Court as the arbiter of this system. And we have also the European Union law and the Court of the European Union. As there is interconnection between these three systems, there is also the possibility of a conflict. And this did happen. Historically, we had a first wave of decisions of constitutional courts putting into question the supremacy of the European law. Then, recently, we had the constitutional courts putting into question the interpretation of the European Convention of Human Rights, or at least its supremacy over the national constitutions. And after the accession of the European Union to the European Convention of Human Rights, it is possible even a tension between the Court of the European Union and the European Court of Human Rights. How we can alleviate this tension? My first remark is that as the European space is not a federal state, not just the Europe as a whole, not even the European Union is a federal state. It is not possible to have a legal hierarchy between these norms of the three parallel and interconnected legal systems. Every one of them has its own supreme norm, and there is not a pan-European Grundnorm that could be acted as an overarching rule or principle. If this is the case, how we conciliate these parallel and overlapping legal orders? The answer is we should have an effective dialogue and a synergetic cooperation between the Supreme Courts of any one of these three parallel legal orders. There is a theoretical construction of that, speaking about the multi-level constitutionalism in Europe, each one of these three legal systems representing a different level of a new construction. But what does practically means? It means, first of all, difference of each jurisdiction to the other jurisdiction when and where it has competence. Therefore, the European Court of Human Rights has a general jurisdiction over the interpretation of the treaties that should be fully respected, not because the European Convention of Human Rights is a higher normative rule in relation to the constitutions. According to most European legal orders, and you can see at the annex questionnaire that has been answered by the legal services of the national parliaments, this does not exist. What does exist? First of all, the political willingness of our states to be part of this political family of European states willing to establish a common European legal space and, above all, a juris communis at the level of human rights. Second, there are arguments at the level of international law, not related to an hierarchy of norms, but just to the obligation of each and every one state to respect the basic rule, pacta sunt servanda. And the Treaty of the Treaties, the Vienna Treaty, says explicitly that any kind of domestic norm cannot be an excuse for deviating from this international obligation. At the draft you have in front of you, I have avoided to make reference to specific cases, exactly because I wanted our Assembly to understand the basic political and legal essence of the issue. This does not mean that we don't have recently aspects of this tension. I'm referring to them analytically at the explanatory memorandum. For instance, the Polish decision, the constitutional decision of Poland on the zero flows affair is, I believe, one of the problematic cases that highlights what can happen when there is not this difference and this cooperation between the respective courts. Recently, the UK has deposited a law by which it aims to deviate by its obligations under Article 34 of the European Convention of Human Rights related to the interim measures of the European Court. I hope that the opinion of Foreign Secretary James Cleverly in a recent interview is going to prevail for those who do not know his statement. He said that UK should not want to club with Belarus and Russia in rejecting the European Human Rights Convention. He said that, now I'm quote, "I'm not convinced it is a club we want to be a part of." So thank you for your attention, dear colleagues. I think that only in this way, by the way of mutual dialogue, mutual respect among different jurisdictions and different legal orders, we can all of us build what we aim to, this common European legal space of rights and freedoms.
Thank you, Mr. Gatougalos. And then we continue with speakers on behalf of the political groups. And we start with the ALDE group and Bertrand Bouillon from France. The floor is yours.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Monsieur le rapporteur, mes chers collègues, lors de la signature de la CEDH à Rome le 4 novembre 1950 et même lors de son entrée en vigueur le 3 septembre 1953, seuls 2 États contractants étaient dotés d'une juridiction constitutionnelle, à savoir l'Allemagne et l'Autriche. La CEDH pouvait alors être perçue comme une cour suprême, gardienne des libertés et de l'état de droit. Depuis, heureusement, de nombreuses juridictions de ce genre sont apparues dans la péninsule ibérique dans les années 1970, après la fin des dictatures, et surtout en Europe centrale et orientale dans les années 90. Sans oublier que certaines juridictions suprêmes jouent un rôle de juge constitutionnel. Parallèlement, nombre de nouvelles constitutions d'États européens ont intégré des catalogues de droits fondamentaux très complets, allant souvent au-delà des droits et libertés garantis par la Convention. En pareil cas, elles ne se bornent donc pas à organiser les pouvoirs publics et les rapports entre eux et en fixer les compétences. C'est le cas de la France avec le préambule qui renvoie directement à la Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen de 1789. L'imprégnation du droit constitutionnel par les droits de l'homme conduit les cours constitutionnelles et la Cour à œuvrer dans le même domaine. Et pourtant, les différences entre ces 2 types de juridictions ne manquent pas. L'institution, nationale dans un cas, internationale dans l'autre. Le cadre, l'État d'un côté, une organisation internationale, le Conseil de l'Europe, rassemblant 46 pays, de l'autre. Les textes, une constitution ou loi fondamentale nationale dans un cas, un traité international dans l'autre. Le contrôle, de constitutionnalité d'un côté, de conventionnalité de l'autre. Le pouvoir, celui d'annuler une loi inconstitutionnelle dans un cas, celui de rendre des arrêts au caractère essentiellement déclaratoire dans l'autre, même si ces arrêts peuvent provoquer une modification de la Constitution. La saisine, un recours constitutionnel direct dans certains États, un recours individuel toujours ouvert à quiconque, à Strasbourg. Toutes ces différences conduisent certains à défendre un espèce de chauvinisme juridique. Je le dis, c'est un mauvais procès. C'est un mauvais procès parce que la subsidiarité régit les rapports entre Constitution et Convention et les relations entre Cour constitutionnelle et Cour européenne. Les règles de fond de la Convention ne remplacent pas les normes analogues du droit interne. Au besoin, elles en comblent les lacunes ou en corrigent les défauts. Elles fixent un plancher au-dessous duquel il est interdit aux États de descendre, mais ces derniers peuvent faire plus et mieux, ce qui heureusement arrive souvent. C'est donc un standard minimum que nous avons collectivement décidé de respecter et c'est heureux. In fine, en dehors du débat un peu chauvin sur la nationalité de la juridiction compétente, les partis qui rejettent le plus la CEDH et ses arrêts sont ceux qui s'apprêtent à descendre au-dessous de ce standard minimum. Pour les défenseurs de droits de l'homme et des valeurs démocratiques, il n'y a aucune espèce de concurrence entre Constitution nationale et CEDH, mais plutôt une complémentarité. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Boyo. Then we continue with Sir Edward Lee from the United Kingdom and representing European Conservatives. The floor is yours, sir.
Madam President, it's an honour to speak in this debate, and as a United Kingdom Brexiteer, I never thought that I would speak in this vast chamber of the European Parliament, at least 5 times bigger than our more intimate chamber in the House of Commons, and summing up in its vast spaceness the remoteness that many of us think characterises the European Union. But the Council of Europe, of course, and its Parliamentary Assembly is supposed to be very different. It's an interparliamentary union, and it's enjoyed widespread support in the United Kingdom, and nobody for many years has seriously thought about ever leaving it until recently, because the court, unfortunately, has now become more and more proactive, and that is making this body and our membership of the Supreme Court of Europe, as it were, more and more controversial. I mean, really, we need to return to the convention itself, which was, of course, the creation of an English lawyer, Lord Kilmuir, David Maxwell Fyfe, under the political leadership of Winston Churchill. As Erasmus said, above all, we must hasten to the sources themselves. But the court has become more and more proactive. For the first 60 years, it was really just a subject of academic legal opinion. But only recently, when we have just tried as a government and a country to deal with the small boats crisis, 40,000 people crossing the channel, a great risk of people drowning, we have seen the court intervening in our own democratic process by serving an interim injunction on the government to stop these flights to Rwanda. The migration crisis affects us all. Of course, we've got to all cooperate, but individual nations have to be able to deter migration. So at this very time that we're speaking now, in the House of Commons, in the United Kingdom, the government of the United Kingdom is amending its own bill to ensure that the United Kingdom government can disregard interim orders. In other words, we say we are a member of a Supreme Court, but we can disregard some of it. I really give this warning to this body. For years, United Kingdom Brexiteers said there was a risk of Great Britain leaving the European Union. We were not listened to. The European Union became more and more proactive. We eventually left. Now, our very membership of this body is becoming more and more controversial. We have to have the freedom to be able to deal with the migration crisis in the way that we want to do, even if that means deporting people to Rwanda. So I give that warning. There is no reason why we should leave the Court of Human Rights. There's no reason why we should leave this assembly. But the court has to stop being more and more proactive. It must return to its sources and to the convention itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Lee. Then we continue with Mr. Emmanuel Fernandez from France and United Left Group. The floor is yours.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le rapporteur, chers collègues. Le rapport qui nous est présenté se penche sur une question essentielle et centrale pour l'institution dans laquelle nous siégeons, qui est celle du nécessaire équilibre à entretenir, subtil et précieux, entre la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme et les constitutions nationales des 46 États membres du Conseil de l'Europe. Je tiens à saluer ici en la matière l'excellent travail du rapporteur, M. Georges Katrougalos, et son rapport de grande qualité. Ce rapport apporte à toutes et tous un éclairage bienvenu sur ce sujet qui, s'il peut paraître théorique et austère, doit être regardé avec précision, lucidité et esprit de réalisme, car il s'agit en quelque sorte d'une cardioscopie d'un système juridique unique au monde que nous devons préserver. L'ordre juridique intégré en Europe, qui doit permettre de respecter à la fois les principes de subsidiarité et de primauté des droits humains, ne peut laisser place à aucune hiérarchie entre les différentes cours supérieures. Au contraire, il faut soutenir un dialogue constructif entre ces juridictions, même si celui-ci donne parfois lieu à des interprétations conflictuelles sur des cas précis. Comme le constate avec clairvoyance le rapport qui est présenté à notre Assemblée, il est non seulement impossible, mais il n'est pas non plus souhaitable d'empêcher totalement ces contradictions. Il faut au contraire engager des outils qui permettent la compréhension et la résolution de problèmes juridiques précis, plutôt que des attaques contre l'ensemble du système du droit européen qui tentent de remettre en cause la compétence de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. Le groupe pour la gauche unitaire européenne soutient donc pleinement le projet de résolution de ce rapport. Ce projet de résolution appelle en effet à des avancées bienvenues pour garantir l'effectivité et la primauté des droits humains dans toute l'Europe, dans le respect des ordres juridiques nationaux et notamment des constitutions. Nous soutenons le fait que les États se sont engagés par leur adhésion à la Convention à garantir les droits qui y sont inscrits, à s'abstenir d'exacerber les conflits entre les ordres constitutionnels et européens des droits humains et, conformément aux dispositions de la Convention, à exécuter les arrêts et mesures provisoires de la Cour de Strasbourg. Nous devons maintenant poursuivre au niveau européen les efforts pour les droits humains, comme y appelle ce rapport, en mettant en place des outils pour améliorer la compréhension et le respect mutuel entre juridictions et des mécanismes pour s'assurer que les juridictions nationales appliquent la Convention et tiennent compte de la jurisprudence de la Cour. Enfin, mon groupe soutient le renforcement et l'approfondissement du réseau des cours supérieures et l'appel à tous les États membres à ratifier le protocole numéro 16 à la Convention et à utiliser ce mécanisme d'avis consultatif pour clarifier le dialogue et éviter les conflits entre cours supérieures. Chers collègues, malgré les crises qui mettent en péril l'Europe, notre continent est et doit rester celui de la primauté des droits humains par le droit. Le soutien à l'excellente proposition de rapport et de résolution de M. Katrougalos est, dans ce but, un pas nécessaire et équilibré pour notre Assemblée. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. The next speaker on behalf of the Socialist Group, Netherlands, Mrs. Margaret de Boer.
Thank you. The European Convention of Human Rights is a great good, which deserves to be respected. However, the conventions and the court's judgments have been increasingly called into question in recent years, often by conservative forces citing conflicts with national constitutions as their grounds. In light of this worrying development, I, on behalf of the SOC Group, would like to congratulate the rapporteur for his insightful report and his suggestions for pathways forward. It is important to stress that the Convention and the Court are not some force from abroad or higher up imposes human rights obligations on member states at will. It is the European human rights system has been created by the member states themselves, who all agreed that human rights protection is necessary. It is also crucial to understand that the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights are clarifications and contextualizations of already existing obligations. Calling into question ETHR obligations and specifically the court's judgments on the basis of national constitutions is a dangerous trend. As stated in the report, it disregards several fundamentals of international law, such as pacta sunt servanda and good faith. Moreover, and more importantly, it undermines the legitimacy of previously established human rights protection. As such, it is undemocratic and contravenes the very meaning of this institution. The report and resolution address many relevant potential solutions to conflicts between the ETHR and national constitutions, such as constructive dialogue between judicial instances with respect for each other's roles and competences. Coming from the Netherlands, I'm happy to say I have seen how this can work in practice. the Dutch constitutional incorporation clause causes courts to base their judgments directly on convention rights, which inform their own interpretation and gives potential future inspiration for the European Court. For example, in the Dutch Agenda judgment, the Dutch Supreme Court established an obligation for the Dutch government to take more action to combat climate change, in part based on the right to life and the right to private and family life. I also see potential in the possibility to seek advisory opinions from the European Court, and thus urge my colleagues to draw their government's attention to Protocol 16 in order to increase its invocation. And in this respect, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has any ideas on how we can make this mechanism as well used as the procedure for preliminary rulings at the Court of Justice of the EU. To conclude, the European Convention on Human Rights is a democratically and collectively established system for human rights protections, which must not be challenged based on national constitutions. I therefore urge the Member States to implement this resolution and thus ensure peaceful coexistence and cooperation between national and European systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. de Boer. The next I call is Mr. Alexander Nikoloski from North Macedonia, representing the EPP group.
Thank you. This is a very important report. As it clearly says in its summary, this work has arisen in the context of increasing interconnectedness between the roles of the European Court of Human Rights, national constitutional courts, and the Court of Justice of the European Union. Given the absence of a clear constitutional hierarchy between these jurisdictions, we are dealing with a sort of multi-level constitutionalism. The human rights in Europe are not a three-way street. It is a one-way street, and it is clearly said in the report. National constitutional courts must, as well as the Court of Justice of the EU, be in line with the European Court of Human Rights as most important European court for protection of the human rights. As well, improvements are also needed to ensure that domestic courts appropriately engage with the case law of the European Court on Human Rights when applying the human rights at domestic level, including through making the court's knowledge-sharing guidelines available in all languages of Council of Europe. Dear friends, one member country, Bulgaria, is not committed to its obligations as member of Council of Europe. For years, Bulgaria declines to implement the judgments of the European Court on Human Rights. There are 16 judgments by the court connected to the Macedonians in Bulgaria that are not implemented. Macedonians are forbidden to use and teach their mother language, restricted of the right of assembly, as well as participation on elections. These judgments must be implemented. The national constitutional courts cannot be above the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. When domestic institutions fail to protect the human rights of Macedonians in Bulgaria, they see Strasbourg as their hope for respect of the basic human rights. It is clearly written in the report that almost all responding countries answered that their courts refer to the Convention when a justification of human rights issues in the same sentence. The report for Bulgaria and several other countries clearly says, nevertheless, the degree to which the Convention and/or the European Court of Human Rights decisions are persuasive authority differs. I agree with these positions in the report, and I think they should be more solid in wording and more direct, requesting countries such as Bulgaria is to fully adjust its political system to be in line with the European Convention of Human Rights and respect the human rights of all national minorities, including Macedonians. Bulgarians are very vocal for cases that are out of their borders, but fail to implement a single judgment of the court for years. This is not acceptable. Full respect of the Convention and the national constitutional order is not anti-technical, but fully complementary. The Assembly should consider that the priority of the Council of Europe should be the reinforcement of legal and moral authority of the Convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nikolowski. Then we continue on the speakers list, and the first speaker is Mrs. Ripsim Grigorian from Armenia, representing the Socialist Group.
Thank you, Chair. I want to express gratitude to Mr. Katrogalos for this excellent report, elaborating on the challenges and roles of national courts and international courts. And in this era of emerging multilateral constitutionalism, we indeed need to find better mechanisms for alignment of legislations and encouraging dialogue. In this context, Protocol 16 is a highly useful instrument. And Armenia is one of the 19 countries to have ratified the protocol, but also among the 7 advisory opinions requested so far, 2 come from Armenia, from the Constitutional Court and the Court of Cassation. Now, even before talking about aligning the domestic and supranational legislations or ratifying the protocols, the very Convention on Human Rights is ratified by all member states, binding all of them to abide by the judgments of the ECHR. And I want to bring the words of Ms. Granata Mangini that it is important to distinguish between legal impossibility and non-desirability. I strongly believe that in many cases, when we speak about implementation, or rather non-implementation of judgments by international courts, the ECHR now, we more speak about the lack of political will rather than legal issues. A decision of ECHR I want to draw your attention to has been made on the 21st of December 2022. It is the interim measure in the case of Armenia versus Azerbaijan in relation to the blocking of the Lachin corridor via which Armenian people of Nagorno-Karabakh access vital services, including medical care, food, but also other essentials from Armenia. Noting the extent to which the government of Azerbaijan at that time had control of the situation in the Lachin corridor, and in line with the obligation of Azerbaijan under the trilateral statement of November 9, 2020, to guarantee the security of persons, vehicles, and cargo moving along the Lachin corridor in both directions, the court decided that the government of Azerbaijan should take all measures that are within their jurisdiction to ensure safe passage through the Lachin corridor. Having not implemented the judgment of the court, at that time, Azerbaijani colleagues in this very institution in PACE were refusing the very fact of blockage, as well as the connection of the Azerbaijani authorities with the so-called eco-activists who had blocked the road. Now, what has happened 2 days ago, this Sunday, is that Azerbaijan has simply launched works towards installing the checkpoint. And I'm not confident that even after this fact, they will admit the blockage. And exactly for that reason, I want to reiterate what has already been said by the Secretary yesterday, Madam Secretary. Access should be available and guaranteed so that international observation is possible on the ground. And lastly, I want to ask everyone here, what message does Azerbaijan convey to all of us by doing this? Not to the 120,000 Nagorno-Karabakh people living in Nagorno-Karabakh, but to all of us. Probably that is the following. Dear international community, while everybody is busy with the war in Ukraine, the horrible war in Ukraine, I take the chance to achieve my goals by violating international law and by force. Please be informed that as long as nobody holds me back, I will continue doing so. So then it is on us to decide whether we can afford living it as such, or we mobilize to protect human rights and at large democracies against dictatorships. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and then remind all speakers to have a sight on the screen and follow the watch. It's only 3 minutes, I remind you of that. And the next speaker is Mrs. Yulia Ovshinnikova from Ukraine and representing the ALDE group. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Madam President, dear Rapporteur. First of all, thank you very much for this excellent work. As correctly mentioned in our report, one of the aims of the Council of Europe is achievement of the greater unity between our member states, based on common values, including the creation of a common European space for human rights. Such unity is fundamental for an effective and meaningful democracy governed by the rule of law. With these values, Ukraine joined to the Council of Europe and became its member. Today, I want to stress 2 points. The first one is our fundamentals, why we are here. The European Convention on Human Rights was one of the greatest achievements of Europe after the Second World War. It's happened because the global community recognized the value of human life and the fundamental freedoms and rights of human beings. No one ever was established in global solidarity. No one ever wanted the war in Europe to happen again. That's why international law achieved and said it's never again. That's the motto of the fight for human rights for the free world. But one country, Russia, said, we can repeat it, and decided to reincarnate the totalitarian regime and bring back the war to Europe. For more than 400 days, they have been killed civilians brutally, kidnapping hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children, destroying our environmental, because environmental no borders, threatening and blackmail the whole world with nuclear weapons. I strongly call to all member states to support Ukraine to find justice for all crimes committed by Russian aggression. Secondly, turning point to our future is expanding the catalogue of human rights on the new right for a healthy environment by PACE, and then by the United Nations naming is the right to a healthy, safe and sustainable environment. Recognition of this right to the member states, also the Constitution, is a vital step we have to take together, both for humanity and for the planet Earth. And we parliamentarians responsible for creating the legal framework for realize the right for a healthy environment. And we should seriously think together about how we can ensure the human rights for a healthy, safe and sustainable environment today and tomorrow. So, dear friend, let's keep this front together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Erkin Gadirli. Mr. Gadirli, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let me express my personal gratitude to the rapporteur. This is a very good report. We discussed it at the legal committee, but before continuing what I have in mind to say about this report, let me briefly comment on what our distinguished colleague from Armenia just said. I'm personally very glad that Armenia and Azerbaijan take their disputes to international courts now. Had we have done that 30 years before, we could probably have avoided the war. But in as much as I'm glad that Armenia and Azerbaijan now take their disputes to the court, I have a doubt that Armenia tries to politicize international judicial authorities. Let me remind you that Azerbaijan had to wage a war with a view to exercising its inalienable right to self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. And no international court is competent and can even theoretically be entitled to overrule the results of the war. So courts can only consider disputes. Courts cannot solve the conflicts. Conflicts can only be solved by negotiations, and we have been expecting from Armenia to finally sit at the table of negotiations and sign the Treaty of Peace. Now, back to the report. I have not much time, so I will just skip some part of what I have had in mind. This report addresses very serious issues. And of course, we have several layers of problems. We have different jurisdictions, some of which may, in principle, concur or even overlap or even conflict. We have European Union, we have Council of Europe. Not all members of the Council of Europe are members of the European Union. With that regard, non-EU members of the Council of Europe may have additional questions with regard to possible admission of the European Union to the European Convention of Human Rights. But also the integrity of the European Court of Human Rights is very important. But unfortunately, the European Court of Human Rights gradually drifting away from the classical liberal concepts of human rights and freedoms. Too much of leftist ideas seemingly influence the interpretation of European Court of Human Rights, especially, for example, the attempts to extend the scope of the right to life so that it could include environmental components may potentially increase the gap among the member states with regard to their capabilities to implement those obligations. And the European Court of Human Rights, unlike the European Court of Justice, should, in my view, refrain from expanding its subject matter jurisdiction towards programmatic rights. My time is out. I thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Mr. Rapporteur again.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Catarina Rocha Pereira. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. Let me start to share that today is the day of freedom in my country, in Portugal. On the 25th of April, 1974, democracy won against dictatorship in Portugal. So this is the day that brought democracy and civil liberties back to the Portuguese people. And I am happy to celebrate these values here today, as these values we share in this assembly. But at most, this is a symbolic day for us to discuss the importance of the European Convention on Human Rights. In fact, Portugal ratified these conventions 4 years after the 25th of April revolution, and 2 years after the approval of our national constitution. Actually, we have within this Council many different constitutional models and values, and of course, potential conflicts between the European Convention on Human Rights and national constitution can exist and in fact exist. But it is very important that full respect of the Convention is guaranteed. I recall that human rights should be upheld in every situation. So the respect for the Convention and the national constitutional orders must be understood as fully complementary. And this is the understanding we have in Portugal. One of the aims of this Council is precisely the achievement of greater unity between its member states, and this unity includes the creation of a common European space for human rights protection. The humanist message that is so clearly projected in the Convention constitutes a higher guarantee that human rights are integrally protected by the signatory parts, and we should continue to make a commitment. Our commitment is to continue to promote human rights even more in the future. In earlier times, protection of human rights was left to the individual states, but the lessons of modern war and a generally lax attitude towards human rights demonstrated that the need for them to be made an international concern. So, I finish underlining the importance of this report, because the protection of human rights became an important instrument in the efforts to preserve global peace and security, and the international community should be committed to intervene in the cases that there is a failure in the respect of the European Convention of Human Rights by those who signed the Convention. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Konstantinos Evstatiu. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I apologize for using technical terms on this very important issue, but it is my position is that no matter, despite the question of hierarchy, if any, regarding the legal norms and the interconnectivity between the European Court of Human Rights, the Court of Justice, or the constitutional courts of member states, there are certain generally accepted principles, such as the principle of effectiveness, subsidiarity and proportionality, which convey to us a very important message, that the real issue in question is the effective and proportional application of and protection of human rights. The multiplicity of the existing legal frameworks should not permit the member states to not assume their responsibilities, or to interpret the legal norms in a way that hinders the dynamic evolution of the protection of human rights. Instead, those interpretations and judgments, no matter where they emanate from, which safeguard and protect human rights in the strongest and most constructive manner, should ultimately dominate and prevail over any other narrower legal, whether it's international or national interpretation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Reinhold Lopatka. You have the floor.
Dear Chairperson, dear colleagues, it is so important that in times like this, the Council of Europe has one of its most important concerns on human rights and the protection of human rights. And it's one of the greatest achievements in the context of the European Convention on Human Rights. Up to today, all member states of the Council of Europe have acceded to the Convention. And Austria has been a state party to the European Convention on Human Rights since 1958. And the Convention has in Austria constitutional status, which shows how important it is for us. And this Convention protects important rights and freedoms, such as the right to live, the right to liberty and security. Private and family life is protected. And what we should see is that also this European Convention on Human Rights had influence on the development of our own national constitution. And the national constitutions still play in the protection of human rights a very important role. In our multi-layered legal order, human rights are protected at two levels. National constitutions, as I said, play an important role, and the protection of human rights on international level is a new phenomenon since 1945. And I don't speak only of the European Convention on Human Rights. We have to have in mind the conventions at UN level too. And I see this development as a big achievement. But the European Convention on Human Rights, the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights and the national constitutions of our member states have an added value for our people. Why do I say added value? Because states have been the first and must still be the first to provide the protection of human rights. The European and international level of the protection comes second for me. States have always provided this protection, and they can still do so on the basis of their own constitutions, which contain the national identity of human rights protection and can go further than the standards set out by the Convention. So the implementation of judgments on the European Court of Human Rights play here a crucial role to come to a level which is accepted by all of our member states.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Pedro Segoño. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. Portugal explicitly set out in the Constitution that international law or international human rights law, of which the Convention is part, are above domestic law. In Article 16 about scope and meaning of fundamental rights, the Portuguese Constitution says, "The fundamental rights in the Constitution do not exclude any other contained in the applicable laws and rules of international law." And after that, constitutional and legal precepts relating to fundamental rights must be interpreted and integrated in accordance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This sentence is very important. As several authors claim, the Convention cannot be interpreted in a vacuum and should, as far as possible, be interpreted in harmony with other rules of international law concerning the international protection of human rights. These rules support the interpretation of the Constitution in light of the Convention. The Constitution of the Portuguese Republic of 1976 was drafted by a Constituent Assembly that was elected on 25 of April of 1975. 1 year after the Carnation Revolution. Today, in Portugal, we celebrate the 49th anniversary of the Carnation Revolution. The world and Europe has changed, and Portugal is now a full member of the Council of Europe and a proud member of the European Union. But we still have present the determination of our Constitution, reflected in her historic preamble. The revolution restored fundamental rights and freedoms to the Portuguese. In the exercise of these rights and freedoms, the legitimate representatives of the people came together to draft a constitution that corresponds to the aspiration of the country. The Constituent Assembly affirms the decision of the Portuguese people to defend national independence, to guarantee the fundamental rights of citizens, to establish the basic principles of democracy, to ensure the primacy of the democratic rule of law, and to pave the way for a socialist society in the respect for the will of the Portuguese people, with a view to building a freer, a fairer, and a more fraternal country. Madam President, let me finish saying to all you, dear colleagues, in Portuguese, viva a liberdade, 25 de Abril sempre, fascismo nunca mais. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Jacques Lanay. You have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues, je remercie notre collègue Georges Katrougalos pour son rapport sur les relations entre la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme et les constitutions nationales, ainsi que son éclairage sur les relations avec la Cour de justice de l'Union européenne. La Cour européenne des droits de l'homme est la clé de voûte du système de la Convention et contribue puissamment au rayonnement du Conseil de l'Europe. Rayonnement qui n'est pas dénué de friction lorsqu'un arrêt constate une violation de la Convention dans tel ou tel État membre, surtout s'il s'agit d'un sujet sensible. Et c'est souvent le cas puisque le mécanisme de subsidiarité sur lequel repose le fonctionnement de la Cour conduit à ce que les affaires jugées à Strasbourg soient sensibles par nature. Nous en faisons tous expérience dans nos États membres et nous constatons régulièrement des critiques vis-à-vis de tel ou tel arrêt, voire des remises en cause plus fondamentales du système juridictionnel actuel. Face à cela, je pense qu'il faut d'abord réaffirmer sur le plan politique et en termes de défense de valeurs le sens de l'appartenance au Conseil de l'Europe et le rôle central de la Cour. Il me semble que ce sera l'un des enjeux du sommet. Mais il faut aussi faire œuvre de pédagogie, renforcer le dialogue entre la Cour et les cours nationales. C'est en partie le rôle des juges nationaux, qui restent en lien avec les écosystèmes juridiques nationaux et jouent un rôle important en interface et d'explication de la jurisprudence de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. J'ai pu le mesurer très directement en dialoguant avec le juge national français. Je veux également souligner l'intérêt du protocole numéro 16, qui permet aux juridictions nationales supérieures, dans le cadre d'une affaire pendante devant elles, d'adresser à la Cour des demandes d'avis consultatifs sur des questions de principe relatifs à l'interprétation ou à l'application des droits et libertés définis par la Convention ou ses protocoles. Cette voie est tout à fait pertinente. La France a pu l'expérimenter et je ne peux qu'encourager l'ensemble des États partis à la Convention à la ratifier. Mais nous avons également un rôle à jouer en tant que parlementaires pour assumer, expliquer et défendre le cas échéant l'architecture conventionnelle. En adhérant au Conseil de l'Europe, quelles que soient nos constitutions nationales, nos États membres ont consenti à ce que la Convention devienne un point de référence juridique et ils ont également consenti librement à un contrôle externe, même s'il est parfois délicat, même s'il suscite des débats politiques dans nos États membres. Assumons politiquement ce contrôle dans nos parlements nationaux. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. John Howell. Mr. Howell, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I personally support the European Convention on Human Rights and I support the court. I'm aware that many say that it was applicable in the 1950s, but is not applicable today. With war at the heart of Europe and the rise of extremist views, there has never been a better time for this convention. The importance of national constitutions is now at the heart of the convention, and it's at the heart of the convention as a result of the Brighton Declaration of 2012, which was signed by every one of the then 47 member countries of this institution. That was the last time that the UK had the presidency of this institution. And if more were aware of this declaration, there would be less of a problem in many countries, including the UK. For what it does is it starts off by saying that state parties to the convention need to take effective measures to prevent violations. In the first use of the term that I can find, it uses the term subsidiarity to describe this, and I think that that is an excellent term to use. So individual countries have to give full effect to the convention. It also strongly encourages states to take full account of recommendations at a national level in the development of legislation. And of course, we have organizations such as the Venice Commission to be able to help with that. There are detailed requirements that come with it, including new domestic remedies that are required. As I say again, it puts subsidiarity at the heart of the convention and of the courts, and it encourages open dialogue between countries and the court. So what it does effectively is to say that the court should not normally intervene where national courts have already applied the convention properly. And that suggests that we all need to put in place the right sort of courts with the right sort of qualifications and the right sort of lawyers in those courts to be able to take this forward. And I look forward to that convention coming into, it has come into force. It came into force on the 1st of August 2021, 9 years after it was first promulgated, but it is still in force now and should be applied in all cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Maria Valentina Martinez Ferro. You have the floor. So she is not here. We are going to Ms. Ruth Jones. You have the floor. Is she here? Oh,
thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak in today's meeting, today's debate on the European Convention on the Human Rights and National Constitutions. And I'd like to begin by thanking the rapporteur, Mr. George Katrougalis, for the report before us, because it accurately highlights the real-world tensions that exist when looking to practically apply human rights legislation on a fair and equitable basis across different legal systems in many countries. I note that while the work of the rapporteur is excellent, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some of the specifics of the UK's internal workings, where the Welsh and Scottish governments, alongside the Northern Irish Executive, must give actionable concern to the European Convention on Human Rights, and any laws passed by those bodies are open to direct challenge on that basis. But this is not the case with the laws that the UK government passes. A recent example of the practical variation this has caused in the UK is that of the right of prisoners to vote. The UK government has flatly refused to do anything for many years, only recently making a minor amendment allowing prisoners released on temporary licence to vote. We can contrast this with both the Welsh and Scottish governments who, following legal advice, have had to implement proper changes to their laws around this issue. They've begun to do so with due consideration in a detailed and democratic way. And I'd like to thank those representatives of the devolved governments for their hard work on the matter. There are always going to be human rights issues where political pressure exists, and those instances have become grounds for political point scoring at the clear expense of people's lives. What is in the best interest of the UK is always a question that is open to interpretation and on occasion misrepresentation. And we've seen this plainly in the last few days, with the UK government announcing that due to pressure from right-wing MPs, judges will no longer be able to stop deportation flights from taking off. This has followed a deportation flight to Rwanda being blocked in June 2022. And this was after the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, where the ruling that stopped the flight acknowledged that in the opinion of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and I quote, he said, asylum seekers transferred from the United Kingdom to Rwanda will not have access to fair and efficient procedures for the determination of refugee status. It is clear that stopping people from accessing fair and equitable systems is, in the opinion of some of my parliamentary colleagues who sit opposite me in the House of Commons, not in keeping with either the best interests of the UK or the UK's distinct context and legal traditions. I call this opinion out for what it is, absolute nonsense. An appeal to tradition and history, which we have seen in some of the speeches before me today, can often be an excuse to implement laws that expose the cruelty and callousness of those lawmakers. And we have to do better both at home and in this body in holding our respective governments to the highest standards and calling out when they put party politics before people's fundamental rights. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Edward Koch. Mr. Koch, you have the floor.
Sehr geehrte Vorsitzende, der Berichterstatter hat einen guten Bericht abgelegt. Da ist nichts hinzuzufügen. Ich möchte aber auf einige Aspekte um die Menschenrechtskonvention eingehen. Der Berichterstatter spricht von der Oberhoheit der Menschenrechtskonvention und von Spannungen. Spannungen zwischen Gerichtsbarkeiten. Wir Volksvertreter sind aber unseren Bürgern verpflichtet. Und auf europäischer Ebene gibt es ja keine Regierung. Regierungen werden in den Mitgliedsländern gewählt und die Regierungen sind dann auch ihren Bürgern dort verpflichtet. Und diese Bürger verlangen einige grundsätzliche Dinge von ihrer Regierung, wie Rechtsstaatlichkeit, Redefreiheit, Versammlungsfreiheit, aber vor allem auch gesicherte Grenzen und die Hoheit der Regierung darüber, wer in ein Land einreisen darf und wer nicht und wer in einem Land lebt und wer nicht. Und hier korreliert die Menschenrechtskonvention oft mit den Grundbedürfnissen der Bürger. Viele Menschen verschaffen sich Zugang zu Ländern, weil sie sich oft zu Unrecht auf die Menschenrechtskonvention berufen. Sie sind dann aber dort, können nicht mehr außer Landes gebracht werden, auch oft mit rechtlichen Winkelzügen. Ich meine, das ist eines der größten Spannungsfelder, die wir in den nächsten Jahrzehnten in Europa haben werden. Da bedarf es Anpassungen auf allen Seiten. Sonst wird immer öfter von Regierungen die Oberhoheit von der Menschenrechtskonvention ignoriert werden, bei Urteilen, Beschlüssen, Gesetzen, weil es die Bürger verlangen und bei Wahlen ausdrücken werden. Die Menschenrechtskonvention verhilft vielen Bürgern zu ihrem Recht und bildet die Grundlage für Freiheit, Rechtsstaatlichkeit und Demokratie. Deshalb sollten wir uns diesen Spannungen stellen, um dieses wichtige Gut zu erhalten.
Next speaker is Mr. Robert Troy, but I don't see him on his chair. Okay, so we move on Mr. Nuno Carvalho. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur for this very important subject that you have brought to us in debate. Of course, being Portuguese, and like my other two Portuguese colleagues, I have to underline the importance of this day in Portugal. 25 of April, 25 de Abril, like it is called in Portugal, is a day in which we celebrate the revolution that has brought us the democracy. But speaking of democracy, of course, we know that human rights are one of the pillars of a democracy, but democracy by itself does not bring human rights, and human rights only by itself are not able to exist or coexist in a healthy democracy. It's like a very good example that I've heard before a few days ago, in which someone was saying that if 2 wolves and 1 sheep were to vote what's for dinner, the 2 wolves would vote that the sheep would be eaten. And of course, that is not democracy. And of course, that is not respecting human rights. So to apply the human rights, even if you say that you are a democracy, it's very important. And like the rapporteur said, it is very important to have this awareness, because we are not a federation, but the human rights are global rights. So in Portugal, for example, when we were able to achieve these rights with the revolution, we knew that these were Portuguese rights, but also human rights were the Portuguese rights, and the Portuguese rights were human rights, just like Ukrainian rights are the human rights, and so on and so on. These are global rights. And for that matter, it is very important for us to have this kind of awareness. And the application of them is, of course, a very, very, very big challenge, in which all of us must be very much committed, because the human rights also represent endless ammunition to fight dictatorships, to fight anyone who wants to oppress people, just like we are right now seeing this in the Ukrainian war, in this illegal invasion that Russia has taken upon Ukraine, in which we see that this spirit, this strength of human rights provides the strength of Europe, the strength of our capacity to defend global rights that are, of course, also applied in Ukraine. So I congratulate the rapporteur for this subject, and of course I would like to underline once again the importance of this day for Portugal, the day in which we celebrate democracy, we celebrate human rights, and of course these human rights are also global rights applicable to every human being. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Alexei Goncharenko, but his coat is here, but there is no sign of him, as I can see. So we move on Mr. Thomas Pringle. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. The interaction of the state and the European Convention on Human Rights is vitally important to make sure that all citizens in every member state can benefit from the protection of the court. The actions called for member states for this report are significant and should be looked on as such by every member state, and their participation should be measured by how they comply. Every member state should particularly look at point 18.6 to ensure that in conjunction with the Council of Europe, their national legal order works with the Convention. States have a responsibility to act on their obligations. As the report states, they are bound by its obligations under international law and the principles of international law. Once a state's sovereign decisions have been made as to where the international law sits. One thing that could make a difference in how the court is responded to by citizens, and is somewhat outside the control of the court itself, is the length of time that it could take to get a case to the Court of Human Rights. Then there are the delays in the system here as well, of course. In Ireland, we have the lowest number of judges per citizen in the entire European Union, and it impacts on the ability to get cases through the legal system at home. The judicial system works hard to progress cases, but by simply not having enough judges, it is not possible to move them in a timely fashion. So it could be many years before a case can get out to the Court of Justice, and of course, in an Irish context, money is a lot to do with access to justice as well. If you have the money, you will move a case. Delays with the volume of cases before the court is also a problem here as well, and that is an issue I believe that needs to be sorted. Justice delayed is justice denied, as the saying goes. It is clear from the report that there are numerous ways to incorporate the Convention into domestic law in member states, and I don't think that the report attempts to recommend an option, but it is important that whatever method is used, there are clear pathways to vindicating rights. In Ireland, it explicitly states in our constitution that international treaties have the same legal status as domestic law. There are clear pathways to being referred to international courts for adjudication on cases. An interesting part of the report is a look at the UK situation and the moves that are underway to change the priority of the European Court judgments. As the report says, previously the UK system seemed to work well with the domestic court obliged to take the European Court judgments into consideration when deciding cases. And now under the new system it is not clear that that will be dealt with, and that will lead to delays and could cause problems for citizens. As an Irish person, there are also the impact that these changes will have on legacy cases in relation to Ireland as well, and these need to be sorted out sooner rather than later. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call Mr. Gergely Arato. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank for the rapporteur
to the balanced approach in this very sensitive and complicated issue. But I think we should be very clear in the main question. The concept of the universal human rights, which is rooted in the European cultural heritage, is emerged as a reaction of horror, of deprivation of right leads to the genocide in the last century. This concept is a strong foundation of the democratic world and especially the European community since then. So, the European Convention of Human Rights is not only a piece of the international legislation. In deeper meaning, it is the charter of not only this institution, but the whole European project. The report emphasizes that there is no hierarchy between the Convention and national constitutions. It is true in legal meaning, but I believe it is not absolutely in moral and political view. If in any country the ruling force has the constitutional power and the control of the constitutional court and use this power to limit human rights, we cannot say to the citizens, this is a national constitutional issue and we have no authority to interfere with this. Authoritarian politicians use the slogan of the constitutional tradition for curtain on downsizing human rights throughout Europe. I don't think we should accept it. Compliance with the Convention is a mirror for the constitutional system which shows how strong is the defense of the human rights in the practice. I understand that the defense of your human rights not always popular, but I strongly believe we should use all available options and possibilities to stand up for our values and, more importantly, to defend for all of the human rights.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Andre Valini, but I don't see him on his chair. Oh, he is not here, so we move to Madame Octavie Moder. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Chers collègues, la prééminence du droit caractérise évidemment l'état de droit et elle est à mes yeux essentielle à tout régime démocratique. Sans respect des lois et sans principe constitutionnel et intégrité des institutions, il ne peut y avoir de démocratie. Dans les États membres de l'Union européenne s'y ajoute évidemment la primauté du droit de l'Union qui prime les droits nationaux. Quelle place dans tout cela y prend la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme? La Convention européenne est de compétence universelle, elle n'est pas d'une compétence d'attribution spécifique. Elle comporte une bonne douzaine de dispositions de droit d'application. Les autres articles constituent essentiellement des articles procéduraux. Les dispositions de fond ne sont donc pas tellement nombreuses, contrairement aux constitutions nationales. Mais elles ont vocation à être complémentaires toutes les deux. Faut-il alors régler de façon explicite leurs positions respectives? Au Luxembourg, la nouvelle constitution va entrer en vigueur dans 2 mois et demi après de longues années de travaux de révision où nous avions discuté d'inclure une disposition consacrant la prééminence du droit communautaire et de la Convention des droits de l'homme sur le droit interne. Il fut finalement retenu de ne pas le mentionner alors que le principe général de la suprématie du droit international constitue un principe général du droit. J'avoue que j'étais partisane de la rédaction d'un préambule à la nouvelle Constitution. Là, cette affirmation aurait bien sûr pu trouver sa place. Oui, bon, point n'est besoin de le préciser, tant que ces principes généraux de droit sont appliqués. Or, qu'en est-il dans le cas contraire ou en cas de conflit? Et là, je souscris entièrement aux recommandations formulées dans la résolution présentée par le rapporteur. Entre juristes, elle ne pose évidemment pas de controverse. Le dialogue entre les juridictions est crucial si des questions de compatibilité entre les deux niveaux juridiques, Convention européenne et Constitution nationale, surgissent. Le Luxembourg figure d'ailleurs parmi les 19 États ayant ratifié le protocole 16 à la Convention portant sur les avis consultatifs. De tels avis peuvent servir à améliorer le dialogue et la compréhension entre les juridictions nationales et la CEDH. Se pose encore la question de la mise en œuvre des arrêts de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme et si nous avons besoin d'un meilleur mécanisme d'implémentation inscrit dans la Convention. Enfin, n'oublions pas que s'ajoutent d'autres niveaux de subsidiarité décisionnelle, à savoir les niveaux régionaux et locaux. Et la Convention des droits de l'homme n'est pas le premier texte qui leur vient à l'esprit en élaborant leurs décisions. Il faut donc œuvrer à une bonne connaissance à tous les niveaux des dispositions de la Convention ainsi que de la jurisprudence de la Cour. Je remercie le rapporteur George Katrougalos d'avoir traité du sujet de la Convention des droits de l'homme et des constitutions nationales, car en effet, la défense non seulement des droits de l'homme, mais encore de l'état de droit et du respect de la règle de droit est le propre du Conseil de l'Europe. À l'évidence, la règle de droit devrait s'imposer d'elle-même. Espérons que le continent européen dans son entièreté puisse y revenir vite. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Now I call Ms. Luz Martinez-Sejo. You have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta. Ciertamente, este informe es un valioso análisis sobre la interpretación que hace la justicia en cada uno de los países del Convenio Europeo de Derechos Humanos, así como la relación del mismo con las constituciones nacionales. Ciertamente es muy necesario coordinar adecuadamente las jurisprudencias, sin jerarquías, defendiendo los diferentes modelos de integración y de cooperación y dejando claro que los Estados firmantes del convenio tienen la obligación de cumplir las sentencias firmes y vinculantes del Tribunal Europeo de Derechos Humanos, independientemente de cuestiones jurídicas o constitucionales internas. En España, las obligaciones internacionales tienen el mismo estatus que el derecho interno. También la jurisprudencia ha dejado claro que los derechos proclamados internacionalmente constituyen un canon de decisiva relevancia a la hora de interpretar la Constitución. Y nuestros tribunales se remiten a la Convención Europea de Derechos Humanos cuando resuelven cuestiones de derechos humanos. Es decir, España cumple con el Convenio Europeo de Derechos Humanos y con todos los compromisos internacionales en la materia. Además, en este momento estamos en proceso de aprobación del segundo Plan de Derechos Humanos de España, que amplía y refuerza la vinculación con los pactos y tratados de derechos humanos a nivel de Naciones Unidas y, por supuesto, con el Convenio Europeo. Este nuevo plan recoge ya algunas de las propuestas que se plantean en el informe que estamos tratando hoy, tales como la ampliación del conocimiento por parte de los jueces nacionales respecto a la jurisprudencia, así como la mejora de su coordinación e implicación mediante la traducción de las sentencias y su difusión. Incluso con este plan, España se compromete a ampliar la formación en general en derechos humanos de todos los profesionales de la justicia, las fuerzas y cuerpos de seguridad del Estado y personal de la Administración pública. Y, efectivamente, facilitar el acceso a la jurisprudencia del Tribunal Europeo de Derechos Humanos a todos y a todas. Esto es un plan que pondrá en marcha acciones en los ámbitos nacional e internacional para los próximos 5 años, dirigidas al impulso de los derechos humanos de acuerdo con la Declaración Universal y los pactos de derechos civiles, políticos, económicos, sociales y culturales. Además, impulsará la igualdad de mujeres y hombres y las políticas de no discriminación y protección a colectivos como la infancia y las personas migrantes y refugiadas. Un plan participativo en todos los niveles de la Administración: Parlamento, organizaciones sociales y de derechos humanos, institutos universitarios y personas expertas. España es una democracia plena y madura. En España no se condena a nadie por sus ideas, sean independentistas o no. La justicia española actúa dentro de los parámetros del Estado de Derecho. España es una democracia vibrante, donde impera una cultura de debate público, abierto y libre. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lord Richard Keane. Lord Keane, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues. I would like to address the margin of appreciation. That term is not found in the original convention or in the travaux préparatoires. It emerged in the late 1950s and has developed as an important part of the Commission's jurisprudence. Broadly speaking, it refers to the room for manoeuvre
that the Strasbourg authorities must accord to national governments when considering their obligations under the Convention. A failure to concede that margin to national governments would offend the principle of subsidiarity. That is not to suggest that the margin of appreciation allows national governments an unqualified power for the application of Convention rights. They must respect the principles of effective protection and legality. But subject to those principles, national governments must be allowed to apply Convention rights as they consider appropriate. The principles of democracy, legality, subsidiarity, and proportionality make clear that national governments have a legitimate and important role in demarcating rights under the Convention. It is important that the Commission institutions should respect that democratic right. Thank you.
Thank you. I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but haven't been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that typewritten text must be submitted electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call Mr. Katrogalos to reply to the debate. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The first thing I would like to do, and I omitted due to the limitation of time, is to thank Ms. Alice Hourigan from the Legal Committee for her valuable contribution to this report. Then I would like to thank all of you who spoke in with good words for this work of mine. And I will just try to reply only to direct questions that have been posed to me and some more general remarks. I begin by the general remarks I would like to put into your attention. I heard by some colleagues a criticism of the decisions of the court. It has been considered by some colleagues as especially proactive, activist, or even very much left-leaning. Personally, I disagree with this criticism, but just accept for a while that they are true. This is not a way for not accepting the binding character of the decisions of the European Court of Justice, because otherwise the effective protection of human rights would be in jeopardy. If there is a disagreement, exactly as we would do regarding our Supreme Court or a constitutional court, we must try to promote a scientific juridical dialogue, to try to, if there is something that we believe it must change at the level of the protocols through the channels of the Council of Europe, to try to modify the existing situation. But we cannot have legality à la carte. We cannot accept some of the decisions of the court and some others. I do not want to interfere to the dialogue that it is ongoing now in the United Kingdom. This is basically, I consider it as a domestic issue. I agree with many of the colleagues who have spoken. I personally hope that the UK should remain in the Convention. I don't have just respect, I have high admiration for the country of the Magna Carta, the Bill of Rights, the country of Dicey. But after all, this is a decision of yours. I hope we are not going to repeat a new Brexit decision. Regarding a question by Madame de Boer, how we could use the Protocol 16 in a more productive way, because we have just only 7 referrals. The only answer I can give to you is try to make the domestic judges more familiar to the protocol. Anecdotally, I must tell you that the first preliminary ruling of our Supreme Court never arrived to the European Court of Justice, because according to the Greek civil procedure, it is up to the litigants to communicate decisions of the court. So the Secretariat never sent, the Secretary of the Court of Cassation of Greece never sent the preliminary reference to the European Court of Justice. Of course, the Secretariat never received it. So better networking between the judges, translation of the decisions in the languages that are not official. And as it is the red line of my report, dialogue and reinforcement of the mutual respect among judges, I think, is the only solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the chairperson of the committee, Mr. Damian Cotier, wish to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, congratulations from our friends from Portugal. You mentioned this very important day today. Le rapporteur l'a dit de manière claire et subtile dans son rapport. Il n'y a pas de hiérarchie finalement entre les différents textes. Bon, c'est un Suisse qui vous le dit, un des rares pays dans lequel en réalité il y a une hiérarchie puisque nous plaçons la Convention au-dessus de notre propre Constitution. Mais c'est une exception. Il y en a peu et dans la plupart des pays, il n'y a pas un système de hiérarchie mais plutôt de cohabitation entre la Constitution nationale ou les textes constitutionnels, la Convention et pour les pays qui sont membres, les traités de l'Union européenne. Et c'est essentiel de regarder cette question comme l'a fait le rapporteur, parce qu'on l'a vu dans le débat que nous avons fait tout à l'heure, en présence de la présidente de la Cour et aussi avec la présidente du comité des ministres, sur le chemin vers Reykjavik. Cette convention est au cœur de notre institution, elle est pratiquement sa raison d'être, sa colonne vertébrale, et défendre les valeurs qui y sont consacrées est absolument essentiel, et pas seulement les valeurs, mais les droits. La présidente de la Cour a d'ailleurs très justement dit tout à l'heure, et ça illustre bien le rapport de notre rapporteur, que les principaux juges du système de la Convention étaient au fond les juges nationaux, les juges de première instance, qui sont les premiers à appliquer les principes de ce système, qui d'ailleurs n'est pas la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme, comme on l'appelle souvent, mais la Convention de sauvegarde des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales. Et elle est vraiment là pour protéger les droits, mais aussi pour protéger les libertés de chacune et chacun d'entre nous contre l'arbitraire d'un gouvernement, ce qui peut arriver. Alors le rapporteur fait cet exercice d'analyse et propose des solutions subtiles et équilibrées face à ces tensions qui apparaissent et qui sont normales dans un système comme celui-ci. Il propose des solutions constructive, il propose d'utiliser la marge d'appréciation, ça a été évoqué notamment par M. Keane, et bien sûr les pays, les États membres doivent appliquer la Convention, mais ils ont une marge de manœuvre sur la manière de le faire. Comment est-ce qu'ils le font? Eh bien c'est largement entre leurs mains, et dans ces cas-là, il faut du dialogue, il faut du respect mutuel, il faut chercher des solutions. Il n'est pas interdit d'être créatif, c'est même souvent une bonne solution en politique, ça peut permettre de trouver des solutions, et en droit aussi d'ailleurs. Et il y a toutes ces possibilités qui existent à travers un dialogue constructif, le respect mutuel, et le rapporteur insiste également sur l'importance de l'information et de la formation aussi, tout l'aspect de la formation des juges qui sont des points très importants. La Commission a adopté ce rapport à l'unanimité. Elle vous remercie d'en faire autant, elle remercie le rapporteur pour son excellent travail, et elle remercie aussi le secrétariat, en particulier Madame O'Regan, pour l'appui, comme toujours, excellent de la part du secrétariat. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. The Committee on Legal Affairs and the debate is closed, so the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a draft resolution, document 15741, to which one amendment has been tabled. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 1 to the draft resolution, which was rejected by the committee, be declared as rejected by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Cotier?
It is, Madam President.
Thank you. Does anyone object? Yeah, Mr. Goncharenko. So, Mr. Goncharenko. I remind the Assembly that the objection must be supported by at least 10 members. Will those who support this objection indicate their support by standing? No. You need 10 members to support you.
It was not unanimously declined. There were votes in the committee in favor.
Sorry, you can't speak. You need 10 colleagues to support your amendment, so I don't see 10 colleagues. Sorry. So the amendment is rejected. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15741 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is now open. Okay. I'm sorry for... okay. It still goes up, so a few seconds more. Okay. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution as amended in document 15741 is adopted. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. The next item on the agenda is the debate on the report titled Assessing the Functioning of the Partnership for Democracy, document 15740, presented by Ms. Ria Oomen-Ruijten on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. In order to finish by 8 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 7:50 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote on the draft resolution. I hope my last position as chair of the session will go smooth and on time. Now I call Ms. Oomen-Ruijten as rapporteur to take the floor in 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply the debate. Ms. Oomen-Ruijten, the floor is yours.
I'm honored to present you today my report on the assessment of the Partnership for Democracy. This partnership was established in June 2009, following a report of our former colleague, Luc van der Brande. The purpose was to strengthen the existing working relations with parliaments of neighborhood countries, as well as to promote parliamentary democracy, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms and the principles of rule of law in those countries. It was politically a strong signal on the part of the Assembly. It expressed for the Assembly the wish and also the readiness to open up the broader cooperation with our neighbourhoods. With the new status, the parliaments of neighbouring countries were offered an institutional opportunity to benefit from Assembly's experience in democracy building and to participate in the political debate on common challenges which transcend European boundaries. The Partner for Democracy status has two particular features. It is first, granting is conditional on a political commitment on the part of the candidate parliament. It has to embrace the values of the Council of Europe, which are pluralist and gender parity-based democracy, rule of law, and respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. Second, it also introduces a degree of accountability. The Assembly stated that progress in taking forward reforms is the prime aim of Partnership for Democracy. In particular, when requesting for a country the status, the Parliament applying for it shall commit to inform the Assembly, as it was stated, on the state of progress in implementing the principles of the Council of Europe. It has to be understood, dear colleagues, that the status is not a honorary one. It has to be viewed as a recognition by the Assembly of the democratic aspirations of parliaments who are requesting this status. The status entered into force in January 2010. And my main conclusion now, 13 years after, you can find in paragraph 5 of the draft resolution and also in paragraph 75 of the report. And it is that the partnership has reached its prime goal. And what was it? That was to establish the structured and values-based cooperation with parliaments of neighboring countries. In my view, dear colleagues, the partnership has contributed, although I have to say in varying degrees. The role of the parliaments are different in the member states. Dear colleagues, as of now, we have 4 parliaments who enjoy the status of partners. These are, by order of accession, the Parliament of Morocco, since June 2011, Palestinian National Council, since October 2011 also, the Parliaments of Kyrgyzstan, April 2014, and Jordan in January 2015. All these parliamentary institutions, as they requested the status, they took themselves up to set a set of political commitments in accordance with the rules of our procedure. We followed in the Committee for Political Affairs closely what happens. And in the report we present today, 2 main conclusions may be drawn from the overview. First, our partners have shown a varying degree of commitment to the goals of partnership, both in terms of implementing reforms at home and using the opportunities to be involved in the work of the Assembly and also in its committees. Second, those partners which are the most involved in our work would like to have even more possibilities to do something together with us, and I understand that. In the draft resolution, I make some specific proposals in order to take into account my 2 main conclusions. First, I propose to extend the participation right of all partners. You may find the details in paragraph 7 of the draft and in paragraph 61 of the report. Second, the rights which relate to the participation in the meetings of the Standing Committee, asking oral questions in plenary, working in committees, subcommittees, and being members of various assembly networks. And what I also suggested was to grant extended rights to those partners, to those delegations which distinguish themselves by outstanding results in achieving the goals of partnership. Dear colleagues, the extended rights may include, under specific conditions, such rights as tabling motions, amendments, and also written declarations, requesting current affairs debates, and being appointed as rapporteurs for information reports. See paragraph 8 of the draft resolution and also paragraph 62 and 63 of the report. I take now in this debate the opportunity to express my special thanks to the partner delegation of Morocco, whose proposal have really very inspired us by the reflection in this report. I also thank other partner delegations who have contributed to the work. I have to admit, we couldn't satisfy everybody, but we did as much what we could do. So therefore, I would like to conclude that in believing that the partnership policy has been a success, I make specific proposals for it to be even more result-oriented, more visible, and also allowing a greater degree of involvement for our partners. Finally, I would like to call the Assembly that they would agree on the proposals which are suggested. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to the rapporteur. We start the debate with the representatives of the political groups. The first is Oleksiy Goncharenko for ECDA Group. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Chairman, dear colleagues. I think this is an extremely important report because this is about the future of our organization, what we are for. We were created and we exist to promote our values, democracy, human rights, rule of law, not only in Europe, not only to our neighbors, but throughout the whole planet. That is our aim. And Partnership for Democracy is one of the very important instruments for this. And we need to work with such regions as Northern Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia. That is absolutely vital. One more instrument that we have is so-called cooperation agreements. And I want to speak now about one country which we have such agreement. It is Kazakhstan, also a country from Central Asia, and country which is extremely important today, and country which is under Russian hybrid attack already. And we need to speak about it today and to help Kazakh people today in order to prevent what had happened with Ukraine, with the Russian attack against our country, my country, Ukraine. Because today already Kazakhstan is attacked by Russia. Now in informational warfare, Russian propaganda saying every day that Kazakhstan, that is a part of Russia, especially northern Kazakhstan, that they need to protect Russian-speaking people, like they were saying it, the same words like exactly how Hitler was saying about German-speaking people. Now Putin wants to protect Russian-speaking people everywhere, but in reality he's killing them. The biggest killer of Russian-speaking people in the world is Putin and Russian Federation. But they're using exactly the same wording about Kazakhstan today. And we understand that they have intentions to attack this country. Kazakhstan is now between two empires, like the whole Central Asia region. And our aim should be to help them to stand, to help them to be with the free world. Their future is with the free world. We need to help them to move to us. And I want to ask and I want to address today Kazakhstan authorities, President, Parliament, just continue cooperation with the Council of Europe and I want to address you. Join Council of Europe. Kazakhstan is a European country. Kazakhstan wants to share the same values with us: democracy, human rights, rule of law. Now there is a pin on, you can see on my suit, it's Kazakh flag together with the flag of Council of Europe. I believe future of Kazakhstan is not to be a victim of empires which are around Kazakhstan, but to be a member of Council of Europe, to join the free world, to join our community, and that we should do with other countries too. Алга Казахстан, шановні казахські брати, ми вас ніколи не здамо. Казахстан має бути вільним і демократичним. Алга.
Thank you, Alexei. Now I give the floor to Mr. George Lukaides on behalf of the United European Left. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Yildiz. I want to start by thanking and congratulating our rapporteur, Madame Ria Oomen. Dear colleagues, assessing the functioning of this established mechanism for cooperation between the Assembly and other parliaments from the wider region provide us the opportunity to discuss the partnership's strengths, but also, and this is more important, ways to improve its effectiveness. Granting Partnership for Democracy status has yielded important results on both ends. For our partners, this institutional form of cooperation has allowed them to become better acquainted with the work of the Assembly and the acquis of the Council of Europe and its numerous treaties, conventions and partial agreements, some of which have been transposed into national legislation. This process of rapprochement has supported democratic reform and institutional capacity building, much like the process in our member states. We therefore fully support the proposals contained in the draft resolution aiming to strengthen these ties and make delegations' participation in the work of the Assembly and its committees more tangible and direct, including by granting extended rights to partner delegations. The partnership has also allowed the Council of Europe to deploy its expertise and enhance its visibility in the countries concerned. As a result, good relations have been established based on shared values and principles, and progress achieved with respect to specific political commitments undertaken. We do understand, however, that even democracy is the only way forward, cannot and should not be imposed. Rather, we should aim at supporting and consolidating reform and democratic change and provide the opportunity to state actors, but at the same time to civil society actors to fully engage with us and jointly formulate programs and initiatives that address country priorities, specificities and disparities. Additionally, we must create the prerequisites so that implicated parliaments view the PACE as a genuine partner supporting of the major political and social challenges they are facing. For example, our Palestinian friends and partners should rely on our effective support and solidarity as regards the unacceptable and frequently inhuman actions and policies of the Israeli administration, and thus they are just cause for their own state in accordance with UN resolutions, but of course their right to dignity as well. Similarly, as regards Jordan, beyond the acknowledgement and respect for the fact that they play a central role in preserving regional peace and stability, we must find practical ways to provide effective support and solidarity towards this small country and its people so that they can address the huge social challenges they are facing due to the overwhelming influx of millions of refugees from neighbouring countries and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now the floor is for Mr. Ünal Çeviköz on behalf of the Socialist Group. Ünal Bey, buyurun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished members of the Assembly, the report we are reviewing today is a summary of our 13 years of efforts to develop a new mechanism in reaching out to neighboring geographies. It is the evidence of our determination to expand our cooperation with non-member countries in those geographies, to consolidate democratic transformations to promote stability, good governance, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. Partnership for Democracy is a concept which helped us to realize these objectives, and it is fair to state that we have achieved a successful rapprochement with 4 countries which were also willing to do so and share the same universal values with us. These countries are Morocco in North Africa, Kyrgyzstan in Central Asia, Jordan and Palestine in the Middle East. This report is very well prepared, so let me also express our congratulations to the rapporteur for the good work and efforts. The draft resolution gives us the opportunity to widen and deepen our cooperation with the existing Partner for Democracy delegations. We are already enjoying their participation in the European political debate, but we are also acquiring more information about their needs and expectations, particularly in their efforts of democratization. It is also evident that our partners are willing to do more, and they have made some proposals to develop our cooperation with a view to making it more efficient. The rapporteur has carefully reviewed and included many of those proposals in the draft recommendations. Certainly, additional rights that we would offer to our partners would conform with our previous resolutions and our statute. In the future, we could also consider widening this mechanism, for example, by including partners in our fact-finding visits and election observation missions. This would also increase their practice to become familiar to basic universal procedures in free and democratic electoral processes, which is essential for democratization. The experience we have acquired so far with the existing 4 partners will give us the opportunity to reach out to other countries in neighboring geographies. In Africa, Central Asia, and in the Middle East, there could be new candidates to take this example, and if they are willing to do so, we have this mechanism which proved its maturity. The forthcoming summit in Reykjavik will open a new horizon in front of our organization. It has been more than 70 years that this organization is functioning as a torch to illuminate the road to further progress in basic and fundamental human rights and freedoms. It is not unlikely that, given our rapid and successful reaction to what has happened in Ukraine, we may draw the attention of other countries to reach out to the Council of Europe. That is the reason why we have to make a more efficient use of the Partnership for Democracy mechanism. We commend the effort and we support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ünal Bey. Now, on behalf of EPP Group, the floor is for Marie-Christine Dalloz. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Madame la rapporteure, mes chers collègues. Le statut de partenaire pour la démocratie a été créé par notre Assemblée il y a 13 ans pour encourager les parlements d'États n'appartenant pas au Conseil de l'Europe à intégrer les valeurs qui nous sont chères, à savoir la démocratie, l'état de droit, le respect des droits humains et des libertés fondamentales. Le statut de partenaire de la démocratie a jusqu'à présent été octroyé au Parlement du Maroc, du Kyrgyzstan, de la Jordanie ainsi qu'au Conseil national palestinien, avec des résultats variables comme le montre l'évaluation dont vous nous rendez compte dans votre rapport, Madame la rapporteure. Ce statut vise donc à promouvoir la démocratie parlementaire et à renforcer les institutions démocratiques. Actuellement, ce statut octroie aux membres des délégations parlementaires pour la démocratie un certain nombre de droits. Ils peuvent siéger, prendre la parole, participer aux réunions de commission, proposer des amendements, signer des propositions de résolution et de recommandations et participer aux travaux des groupes politiques. Afin d'améliorer l'efficacité du mécanisme et d'impliquer encore davantage les délégations partenaires pour la démocratie, vous proposez de leur accorder des droits supplémentaires. La participation aux réunions de la commission permanente, les questions orales en plénière, la désignation pour les travaux de commission et de sous-commission, la nomination au sein des différents réseaux de la PCE. Je pense effectivement qu'autoriser une participation plus large aux activités de la PCE ne peut être que bénéfique et contribuer à une meilleure diffusion de nos valeurs. Vous proposez également d'octroyer pour une durée d'1 an renouvelable des droits étendus à certaines délégations partenaires ayant fait preuve d'un engagement fort et ayant obtenu des résultats remarquables. Dépôt de propositions, de recommandations et de résolutions, dépôt d'amendements, demande de débat d'actualité, dépôt de déclarations écrites, nomination comme rapporteur pour des rapports d'information ne contenant pas de résolution ou de recommandation. Ces droits sont importants, mais dans la mesure où ils seront limités dans le temps et assortis de conditions permettant un certain contrôle, j'approuve votre proposition. Au paragraphe 64 de votre rapport, vous abordez la question de la participation des membres des délégations de partenaires pour la démocratie aux travaux des commissions ad hoc pour observer les élections. Il convient à ce stade de préciser, et c'est bien précisé, que cette possibilité leur est offerte à la condition que ces parlementaires aient adhéré à un groupe politique de notre institution. J'approuve donc l'intégralité de votre proposition. Cher Ria, je vous félicite pour la qualité de votre rapport, vous remercie pour votre engagement au sein de notre Assemblée et le groupe PPE votera bien évidemment le projet de résolution qui nous est soumis. Merci.
Thank you for almost precise timing. Now, may I invite Mr. Robert Froy on behalf of ALDE Group.
Dear colleagues, I think with anything in life, whether it be business, social or political, it is always important to take stock, to reflect and assess how relationships or partnerships are working, what's working well, what can be improved, and indeed if there's something that needs to be discontinued. And I thank the rapporteur for doing just that with an initiative which was introduced 13 years ago, Partner for Democracy. This status aims at developing cooperation with parliaments of non-member states of neighbouring regions as a means of consolidating democratic transformation and promoting stability, good governance, respect for human rights and the rule of law. While all national parliaments of all southern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern countries participating in the Union for the Mediterranean Barcelona process and of Central Asia countries participating in the OSCE are eligible to make the request. Only 4 have done so to date and are the focus of this report: Morocco, Palestine, Kyrgyzstan and Jordan. And we must ask ourselves maybe why only 4 have done so to date. The 4 Assembly Partners for Democracy have shown varying degrees of commitment to the partnership, both in terms of implementing democratic reforms and participating in the Assembly, the work of the Assembly. And obviously, domestic situation can have a huge influence, and we've seen most recently, the most recent delegation from Kyrgyzstan hugely increase participation in comparison to the previous one. What is very concerning at the moment is the opening months of 2023 have seen a further downward spiral of the security and human rights situation in the occupied Palestine territory. An escalating cycle of violence has been compounded by actions and announcements by the Israeli government, which took office in December 2022. And the number of Palestinians' casualties is significantly higher now in 2022, with 88 people killed and 2,733 injured in the first quarter of 2023. And we must ask ourselves, what more can we do in the Council of Europe to support Palestine? In your draft resolution, you've talked about more meaningful, making the partnership more meaningful and effective for both Assembly and the partners. And I suppose took note of 2 issues you made in terms of how we can increase participation. But earlier today in our Rules Committee, if we look at the participation of full member states, perhaps some of the recommendations are something we can all adopt.
Thank you, especially for touching Palestinians. And now, in this individual speakers list, the first speaker is Monsieur Didier Marie from France. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, notre Assemblée s'engage pour la démocratie et les droits de l'homme au-delà des frontières de l'Europe et je remercie notre collègue rapporteur de mettre l'accent sur l'outil que constitue le partenariat pour la démocratie pour promouvoir les valeurs de notre organisation. Il nous est proposé aujourd'hui de réviser ce cadre pour permettre une plus grande implication des parlementaires composant les délégations de partenaires pour la démocratie dans nos travaux, que je salue par ailleurs. Si certaines de ces propositions nécessitent une réforme de notre règlement, d'autres relèvent davantage des pratiques de notre Assemblée. Il appartiendra aux commissions compétentes de préparer les amendements nécessaires à la mise en place de cette réforme. Octroyer sous certaines conditions des droits supplémentaires à l'ensemble des partenaires pour la démocratie ne soulève pas de difficultés particulières. Accorder des droits supplémentaires aux partenaires considérés comme les plus méritants nécessite en revanche une attention particulière. Cela supposerait de définir une procédure rigoureuse et transparente afin d'être en capacité de juger sur des critères objectifs quels partenaires peuvent prétendre bénéficier de ces nouveaux droits et éviter ainsi toute ambiguïté. Ce n'est qu'ensuite que le Bureau pourrait proposer à l'Assemblée de se prononcer sur cette question. Par ailleurs, je voudrais dire quelques mots sur le partenariat avec la Jordanie. Mon collègue Claude Kern interviendra plus spécifiquement sur celui avec le Maroc. Je regrette que le bilan de l'évaluation de 2022 soit très mitigé, notamment du fait de l'adoption de certains amendements constitutionnels récents. La participation de la délégation jordanienne aux travaux de l'Assemblée a également été variable, même si la dernière tendance est beaucoup plus favorable. Je suis convaincu que nous devons travailler à renforcer les liens avec les parlementaires jordaniens, notamment pour encourager la signature puis la ratification de conventions du Conseil de l'Europe. Il me semble également que le Conseil pourrait apporter son appui au Parlement jordanien, comme le souhaite d'ailleurs la délégation. Des séances d'information et de formation pour les assistants parlementaires et les fonctionnaires du Parlement jordanien pourraient ainsi être organisées. Des groupes de travail associant des parlementaires jordaniens et des membres de notre Assemblée pourraient contribuer à la diffusion de bonnes pratiques parlementaires. Ces échanges sont essentiels pour la diffusion de nos valeurs et je suis persuadé que le développement de la démocratie au Moyen-Orient sera bénéfique pour tous. Il en va de la paix et de la sécurité dans la région et je souhaite que la question de la promotion de nos valeurs, au-delà des frontières de l'Europe, puisse être abordée lors du 4e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement du Conseil de l'Europe. En conclusion, je soutiendrai évidemment les propositions de notre rapporteur qui m'apparaissent bienvenues pour améliorer l'efficacité des partenariats pour la démocratie. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Monsieur Marie. Now may I invite Edward Koch from Austria to take the floor.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender, sehr geehrte Berichterstatterin, ich danke für den Bericht. Es ist schon vieles gesagt worden. Ich möchte zuerst einmal danken, dass es 2009 diese Initiative über diese Partnerschaft gegeben hat, weil ich denke, dass es sehr, sehr wichtig ist, dass wir unsere Werte auf eine breitere Basis stellen. Und es ist auch wichtig, dass diese Partnerschaft in einem gewissen Zeitraum auch wieder bewertet wird, so wie das heute geschieht, und dann eben über neue Möglichkeiten nachgedacht wird. Denn wenn wir auf der einen Seite Länder aus diesem Gremium ausschließen, weil sie eben unsere Werte nicht mehr respektieren, dann ist es nur gut, richtig und wichtig, dass wir auf der anderen Seite auch wieder Partner suchen, die mit uns gemeinsam diese Werte dieses Hauses in die Zukunft tragen wollen, weiter bearbeiten wollen, mitentwickeln wollen. Und da ist es auch gut, wenn wir ihnen mehr Möglichkeiten dazu geben und auf der anderen Seite vielleicht auch noch mehr Partner suchen. Ich glaube, diese Diplomatie ist die DNA dieses Hauses und diese sollte verfolgt werden. Mit diesem Bericht sind wir auf einem guten Weg. Ich danke und der kann nur unterstützt werden.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Ms. Sona Gazaryan from Armenia. Sona Hanım, the floor is yours. Mike, please. Mike.
Yes, it worked. Thank you. Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, today we discussed a very important topic for us, and I would like to congratulate the rapporteur for creating a space to touch upon such core principles as democracy, rule of law, such principles we all believe in. This initiative that was introduced back in 2010 is there to promote values, and of course, establish structure, so to say, institutional mechanism on cooperation with parliaments of the countries that perform rapprochement with the Assembly on the basis of shared values. The partnership itself is a good dynamic tool aimed at promoting parliamentary democracy, but I would like to take a minute and look at ourselves. To ourselves as an organization that stands united for democracy, and ask ourselves how sincere we are. How sincere we are with ourselves, us who praise that we believe in human rights, right of the freedom of speech, how democratic are the member states, how often we started to see that member states do not comply to the rule of law, do not implement ECHR judgments and interim measures, ICJ orders. I think quite often. They do not comply and are not adequately brought to content. Does this mean that we face the backsliding of democracy? Does this necessarily mean we have to deal with double standards? How all above mentioned harms the organization and its initiatives when member states break membership commitment and statutory obligations? Now going back to the structured cooperation. We see that in case of different states, we can speak about varied outcomes and varying degrees of commitment. The 2019 report further suggested that the Assembly would need to rethink the Partner for Democracy status in such a way that we need to take into account that it brings together the countries with different backgrounds, with different stages of reforms, with different political backgrounds, and those parliamentarian delegations are involved in changing these tools. The report concluded that, for example, Jordan had made advances in some areas, whereas it had stagnated in others. We learned also that, for example, Jordanian delegation was quite active in the beginning, then it dropped significantly in 2020-21. We also see the same kind of differences in the activity of Kyrgyz members that were present in the limited numbers, and then after the constitution of the new parliament back in 2021, they were quite active. This means that we need a different approach for different countries. We should, I believe, have this kind of a differentiated approach based on the results each country showed, more for more approach, encouraging those states that want to deepen cooperation for the sake of democracy that eventually will create a space that is secure, environment where the different reforms can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I would like to remind you all that the time limit is 3 minutes, and please take care of the time here. And I call next Mr. Kamal Yafarov from Azerbaijan, the European Conservatives. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. In the summary of the report, the rapporteur points out that the partners have shown a varying degree of the commitment to the goals of the partnership. This is a very important statement, and we should ask ourselves why those partner countries are reluctant to commit themselves fully to the goals that defined by us. Dear colleagues, the Council of Europe, its bodies, were more effective and attractive for addressing the common challenges, but therefore and naturally, many countries, neighboring countries of the Council of Europe region wanted to be part of this organization. But now, even the many member states perceive this organization as a burden rather than the privilege, because the history showed that this organization became silent on very important matters or took just one side. I can give example of my country, which faced double standards here. For 30 years, Armenia kept internationally recognized territories of Azerbaijan under occupation, and unfortunately, PACE did not put enough efforts to make Armenia to comply with its international obligations. And when Azerbaijan implemented United Nations Security Council resolutions, liberated its territories, the PACE tried to damage the peace negotiation process with its misleading statements and reports. And when we, Azerbaijan MPs from here, on several occasions, on several times declared that Armenia was abusing Lachin Road for illegal military purposes, for illicit trafficking of national resources. And at the same time, planting 2021, Armenia made landmines to the Lachin Road. The PACE didn't condemn Armenia. And now when we established a border crossing post in our internationally recognized territory in Lachin, following the rules and the principles of international law, some MPs here are still taking position by denying the basic principles of international law. Dear colleagues, when we talk about international order, there are some basic rules which cannot be violated or disputed. PACE should know that, according to this rule, establishing border crossing post is our internal affair. Karabakh is our internal affair. And if third parties wanted to contribute to this process, they are more than welcome to do it. But if they try to damage it for some geostrategic interests, then we won't allow such provocations. And now we recommend Armenian side to stop abusing these international organizations for its smear campaign. We urge Armenia to take a proactive, a responsible approach, sit with us in the same table and sign peace treaty and prepare their people for common living. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sticking to the time limit, but another question. Okay, I want to comment. I call next Monsieur Jean-Pierre Green from Switzerland. Yeah, you are the next.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Merci à notre collègue Ria pour cet excellent rapport sur le partenariat pour la démocratie. Nous devons tous encourager des démocraties fortes et des sociétés plus inclusives, durables et soudées. Le rapport de notre collègue Ria démontre que la décision de l'Assemblée parlementaire de juin 2009 de créer un statut de partenaire pour la démocratie dans le but de promouvoir et de consolider les transformations démocratiques, la stabilité ainsi que la bonne gouvernance dans les pays partenaires que sont le Maroc, la Palestine, le Kirghizistan et la Jordanie était une excellente idée. Concernant le développement des démocraties, la guerre en Ukraine est venue s'ajouter aux défis sans précédent qui ébranlent la sécurité et la confiance démocratique depuis plus d'une année. Dans plusieurs pays, les sociétés démocratiques sont confrontées à des menaces internes qui s'expriment dans la polarisation croissante, les inégalités socio-économiques, l'extrémisme et le discours de haine. Dans mon pays, la Suisse, à une échelle certes très modeste, la désobéissance civile se manifeste par des blocages de route en se collant les mains sur la chaussée, la détérioration de certains terrains de golf, tout cela face à l'urgence climatique. Non, la démocratie, ce n'est pas du tout cela. Certains de ces délits démocratiques ne sont pas nouveaux, mais la récurrence et la gravité des crises auxquelles les sociétés démocratiques sont confrontées rendent plus important que jamais de réaffirmer l'unité et la solidarité en Europe et de réfléchir à la manière de renforcer la démocratie, l'état de droit et la protection des droits humains. Ce rapport nous démontre qu'intégrer la démocratie aux territoires propres et voisins, c'est le rôle du Conseil de l'Europe. Le partenariat pour la démocratie, qui a été élaboré par l'Assemblée parlementaire, est le meilleur outil pour renforcer la coopération avec nos collègues parlementaires des pays voisins et pour la sécurité démocratique de nous tous. Bien sûr que l'octroi du statut de partenaire pour la démocratie doit dépendre de l'engagement politique du pays ou du Parlement candidat à faire siennes les valeurs du Conseil de l'Europe. De son côté, l'Assemblée parlementaire doit autoriser les membres des délégations de partenaires pour la démocratie de participer activement à nos débats, de poser des questions orales spontanées lors des séances plénières aux orateurs et oratrices invités, comme le mentionne le projet de résolution de ce rapport. Je salue également que le projet de résolution dans son ensemble suggère, d'une part, d'accorder davantage de droits de participation à toutes les délégations partenaires et, d'autre part, d'accorder des droits supplémentaires aux délégations qui ont obtenu des résultats remarquables dans la réalisation des objectifs de ce partenariat. Lors de 2 voyages dernièrement pour des commissions au Maroc, j'ai constaté qu'effectivement, le Maroc est un pays où les processus démocratiques ont très bien avancé. Cela est important si l'on désire que chaque pays partenaire s'engage activement dans ce processus. La démocratie en général ne peut qu'en être gagnante. Merci pour votre attention.
Merci. Again, please, colleague, take care of the time. You have a watch. Sometimes look upstairs because we would like to give the floor to other colleagues too. And I'm more than happy to call next Monsieur Amro from Morocco, Partner for Democracy. The floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, le Royaume du Maroc a fait le choix stratégique de l'ancrage vers l'Europe en partageant ses valeurs et ses normes économiques. C'est un choix irréversible, d'autant plus que le Maroc est un pont entre les deux continents européens et africains. Le Maroc considère qu'un rehaussement de ses relations avec le Conseil de l'Europe est plus une nécessité qu'un besoin de part et d'autre, vu les défis de nature continentale qui se posent à nous tous. Les questions telles que la migration et le changement climatique ont des effets supranationaux et supracontinentaux qu'on ne peut plus ignorer. On estime à cet égard que le Conseil de l'Europe a besoin de la voix du Maroc en son sein, car nous pouvons, en tant que parlementaires, donner une valeur ajoutée aux discussions intereuropéennes sur ce genre de sujets supracontinentaux. Notre pays a fait l'objet de 3 évaluations avec un bilan globalement positif, des résultats obtenus dans le cadre de ce partenariat. Aujourd'hui, ce rapport est une pierre qu'on rajoute ensemble à cet édifice commun. Et le Maroc, depuis 2011, est passé par un processus de maturation. 10 ans après son lancement, ce statut devait, à nos yeux, évoluer. Cette phase de maturation devrait toutefois rester un passage obligatoire pour chaque partenaire désirant développer sa coopération parlementaire avec la PCE. Nous continuerons à être ambitieux pour faire évoluer graduellement notre partenariat quand les conditions du passage à l'étape au-dessus sont réunies dans cette logique partenariale collégiale fondée sur l'intérêt commun et la complémentarité. Après cette première phase de maturation, notre relation devra transcender le caractère de verticalité dépassé en faveur de l'appropriation commune et assumée en vue de sa promotion et de sa défense. Néanmoins, permettez-moi de souligner un constat aujourd'hui reconnu. Toute approche d'homogénéisation des standards et des statuts peut devenir stérile, sinon contre-productive. Il est donc à la fois normal et légitime qu'on ambitionne et on revendique une certaine différenciation. Une ligne de démarcation doit être opérée dans la logique partenariale du Conseil de l'Europe. Nous nous devons de continuer à réfléchir ensemble, à dialoguer dans un avenir proche autour de la question de politique de voisinage de l'Europe qui est conçue dans un esprit global, mélangeant tous les pays avec des réalités différentes. L'idée de dire qu'il y a l'Europe et les voisins, je le ressens, moi, personnellement, par exemple, comme un peu discriminant et péjoratif. Citoyens marocains, africains sincères, bien enracinés en Afrique, mais aussi et surtout méditerranéens, même euro-méditerranéens sur beaucoup d'aspects. En tout cas, c'est à méditer. Je terminerai par vous exprimer, chers collègues, l'honneur que j'ai de siéger parmi vous dans ce prestigieux espace de dialogue et d'échange, temple de la démocratie et des droits de l'homme. J'apprends beaucoup auprès de vous dans le cadre de ce partenariat. Et chaque session ou réunion de commission est pour moi une joie et un plaisir de retrouver ici des amis que je salue chaleureusement. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for us too. I call next Monsieur Kern from France, ALDE.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Mes chers collègues, je tiens tout d'abord à féliciter notre collègue Ria pour la qualité de ce rapport qui vise à dynamiser le statut de partenaire pour la démocratie. Je me réjouis que notre Assemblée se saisisse de ce format de relation qui contribue à la diffusion des valeurs que nous partageons et que nous défendons. Aujourd'hui, force est de constater que tous les partenaires ne progressent pas au même rythme et qu'ils ne montrent pas le même intérêt pour nos travaux. De ce point de vue, le Maroc, que nous venons d'entendre, fait figure de bon élève de ce partenariat pour la démocratie. Le Parlement de ce pays a été le premier à bénéficier de ce statut. L'évaluation réalisée en mai 2019 a montré l'implication de la délégation marocaine dans nos travaux. Ce partenariat a également contribué à des évolutions institutionnelles au Maroc. Je me félicite donc de ce bilan positif et je souhaite que l'on puisse continuer à travailler de manière étroite avec la délégation marocaine. Dans cet état d'esprit, je suis favorable à ce que l'on accorde de nouveaux droits à celles-ci afin qu'elles puissent participer davantage à nos travaux. Je soutiens donc les propositions formulées en ce sens par notre rapporteur, qui reprennent en partie celles de la délégation marocaine. Il me paraît en effet utile que les membres de cette délégation puissent déposer des propositions de résolution ou des amendements, sous réserve naturellement que ceux-ci soient également signés par un membre de l'Assemblée. En revanche, je partage l'avis de notre rapporteur concernant les difficultés à créer un droit d'être nommé rapporteur pour les membres des délégations des partenaires pour la démocratie. Cette prérogative doit rester réservée aux membres des délégations des États membres du Conseil de l'Europe. En complément à ces droits particuliers qui seraient accordés au Parlement, montrant un réel engagement à faire vivre le partenariat pour la démocratie, certains droits pourraient être également accordés à l'ensemble des partenaires. Cela pourrait ainsi les inciter à participer davantage à nos travaux. Ainsi, les présidents des délégations de partenaires pour la démocratie pourraient avoir le droit de participer aux réunions de la commission permanente. Les membres des délégations de partenaires pour la démocratie pourraient également être autorisés à poser des questions orales aux invités lors des séances plénières de l'Assemblée. Ainsi, notre Assemblée pourra faire vivre ces partenariats de manière plus efficace. Je suis convaincu du rôle essentiel que peuvent jouer les parlements pour initier les transformations démocratiques et promouvoir le respect des droits humains. Je voterai donc ce projet de résolution qui vise à dynamiser l'outil que représente le partenariat pour la démocratie. Merci.
Thank you. I call next Mr. John Howell, European Conservatives from United Kingdom. The floor is yours.
Thank you indeed. And I too would like to thank the rapporteur. And I'm sure she has been the first to observe that the speeches that have been given today have been of unanimous view that she is right in what she is proposing. And it's lovely to be in this assembly when there is such a common view. And let me congratulate Morocco on what it has done and what it has achieved. I too have been observing the performance of Morocco, and I think, as we have just heard, it is a spectacular success story. I do think we need to concentrate on our values when we come to assessing countries for this right of partnership. And the two that stand out to me are, first of all, human rights, and secondly, the rule of law. And we have enough trouble with some countries who are already part of the Council of Europe over human rights. And I think we need to be sure that we have, as it were, clean candidates that can put forward for that. I'm interested in the number of people who have mentioned the Palestinians. We have had both the Palestinians and Israel as associate partners to this assembly for some time, but we have not gone out of our way to try to broker a peace deal there. And that is something that I would like to see the Council of Europe spend more time on dealing with and taking an active role in. And there are many of us who are already mediators to be able to take that sort of thing forward. And I do think that that will help a number of regions in particular. One thing that I am particularly concerned by is the attitude of partner countries to the death penalty. I think we should encourage them not to exercise the death penalty, that they have to abolish it or have a proper moratorium for a while on it. And I've already spoken to many of those countries that have, like Israel, for example, who has had much discussion internally as to whether they will bring the death penalty back, that if they do, that is the end of their relationship with us, I hope, and I hope that we will all share that view. So I do approve what the rapporteur has set out in terms of the rights systems that apply to countries, and I look forward to this proposal being agreed unanimously by this Assembly.
Thank you. I call next in a debate Mr. Thomas Pringle, UL from Ireland.
Thank you, Madam President, and I would like to congratulate the rapporteur on the report. I think it's very worthwhile. The Partnership for Democracy is an interesting and useful tool of the Council of Europe, as I see it. I note the report's intention to increase the benefits for members of the partnership, and there is no doubt that for the member states that embrace the conditions and make them work, there should be a benefit. I see in the report that there is clearly one member state who have not embraced the conditions and work that is necessary, and that is disappointing. But I think that there does need to be some method of sanction for a state that is lagging behind or not embracing the changes that are required at all. Being in the Partnership for Democracy gives some credibility to a state, and to ignore that without consequence, I think, undermines the entire function of the process. Perhaps there could be a shorter review time for member states that are not engaging fully with the process that would highlight that. In the report, the rapporteur mentions that the Kyrgyzstan Parliament since 2021 seems to be engaging better in the process, and she notes that this is a welcome development, but it remains to be seen whether it stands the test of time. I think that we need more than just waiting and seeing to see if states are complying. Obviously, the intention of the partnership should not be to expel members, but there has to be some form of sanction for a state that is not fulfilling its role, and if only to protect the integrity of the process and to assist other states that may wish to join. It is interesting to note the report on the Palestinian Authority and their participation. I have to say that under what must be the most extreme conditions, they continue to try to implement a partnership, and that is telling. Clearly, the Israeli authorities have no interest in Palestinians having a successful partnership, and they do not wish the authority to even survive, I would surmise. The rapporteur points out that it has become increasingly difficult or even impossible to meet some of them given the circumstances on the ground related to the Israeli occupation. Despite this situation, the authority continues to participate in regional interparliamentary activities and looks to make the partnership work. That situation should also be recognised, and the contrast shown to other national assemblies that might drag their heels on the process as well. Once again, I would like to reiterate, not out of any wish to see a state removed, but the ultimate option needs to be contained in the rules of the process. A state could use the name of the Council of Europe to give them credibility while not implementing the rules of the partnership as well. I think that would undermine the process for the states that are participating fully in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. In the debate, I call next Mrs. Evgenia Kravchuk from Ukraine, ALDE.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, a lot of you, when you were speaking, mentioned that we are unanimous on this report. Yes, we are speaking with the same words. We are sharing the same value in this venue, in our member states, more or less. But if you go out of this territory of the member states, the world is much more different and much more cruel. And the 14th months of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation have clearly demonstrated that there are still states that do not share the common values of the civilized international community, the values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And we're all standing together against this great tyranny of the aggressor state, both at the PACE level and at the national level, and we're all standing for global democracy. Thus, at the very moment, we indeed see the practical value of the status of partner for democracy with the Parliamentary Assembly. And I'm very happy to see that in our discussions, the representatives of these countries are taking part and will speak after me on the list. And I think that we have to take any opportunity, every opportunity, to bring other countries, not just from, maybe European continent, but to bring them to our community, to our family, so we could share these same values. At the same time, in the current geopolitical environment, and given that this status had been in place for more than a decade, there is a need to review its terms, and I totally agree with the rapporteur, and the rights that its holders are entitled to, and in order to make its function more effective. I fully support the proposal made by Ms. Oomen-Ruijten to grant Partners for Democracy broader rights to be more closely involved in the work of the Assembly and its committees. The delegation that demonstrate exceptional results would be granted additional rights, and that will allow them to participate directly in the decision-making process. I believe this idea is fair and motivating as well. In these challenging times, when one state has unleashed the unprovoked war of aggression in the center of the European continent and commits atrocity against ordinary civilians on a daily basis, we must support each other in every way possible. Such substantive reform would aid those non-member states with the status of partner for democracy who are willing to contribute to the restoration of justice. Deepening the parliamentary cooperation of the democratic world, which is in particular during the war in Ukraine, has repeatedly shown its practical importance, is another step towards our victory of the shared European values and principles over aggression. Thank you.
Thank you. I call next Mr. Bernard Sabella, also Partner for Democracy, Palestine. Just a second. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Rapporteur, for bringing this issue, Partner for Democracy, to the table at a time when Europe is so concerned with its own problems. And it seems that when you look at the agenda of the Council of Europe, it seems that the internal problems of Europe are really the problem. But the report points out that there are other peoples and other places also. And so thank you for bringing this to the attention and to sensitize the members of the European Parliamentary Assembly. For us in Palestine, adopting the values that you cherish in the Council of Europe are really interlinked with the continuing Israeli occupation. We cannot separate the two. And it is a very difficult issue. And I know that when Europe, at times, or some European countries, apply double standards, this does not go well with the majority of our people. When there are human rights committed by either side, these should be pointed out, and these should be, the people behind them should be held accountable. Certainly, strengthening the participation of delegations, and I have been a delegate at the Council of Europe for the last 11 years, and probably I have attended more sessions than most members present here. And I would say that strengthening the participation of delegations and heads of delegations of Partner for Democracy is something laudable and should be pursued. As a friend of mine said, partners are for real and not in theory. And I would like to repeat what I often repeated. We are partners to accompany each other, and we are not teachers, students. I'm a teacher by profession, but I love the idea of really touching base with each other on the basis of equality. And it is important, in my view, to send clear messages from the Council of Europe to our people, not simply to delegations, but to our people, that you are really for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And if you are selective in applying this position, then it's not going to be for the good of our partnership. But once again, thank you for your magnanimity, and thank you for bringing this important issue to the table.
Thank you. And the last speaker for tonight will be Madame Salma Benaziz from Morocco, Partner for Democracy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A special thanks to our rapporteur, Madame Ria Oomen-Ruijten, for the added value of this report. And as my colleague said, since its launch in 2011, our partnership for democracy between the Council of Europe and the Kingdom of Morocco has been able to draw on a substantial asset as since its inception, it was not a question of introducing reforms amid a restricted political context, but one of complementing the voluntary effort deployed by a country that has accumulated over 12 centuries of institutional history and is resolved to assume its rightful position within the ranks of nations that seek democratic renewal, observe human rights, and aspire to peace and justice. Having matured, the will of Moroccan women and men to produce change was brought to reality with the adoption of a new constitution through a referendum held on July 1st, 2011, just 10 days after the launch of our partnership with the Assembly, which was the first of its kind. Since then, the formula has proved its worth, and the Kingdom of Morocco has been joined by 3 countries, namely Jordan, Palestine, and Kyrgyzstan. Actually, this was not mere coincidence, but rather an elucidation of a shared vision that forces the common future of countries, nations, and continents that the Mediterranean has been uniting and dividing since the dawn of time. Our partnership will soon celebrate its 12th anniversary amidst a global economic slam, a weighty energy and food crisis, and in the wake of an unprecedented global health scourge. It is indeed a disadvantageous context. However, it shall not impact the resolute democratic engagement of the Kingdom of Morocco and the strategic importance it grants to its partnership with your Honorable Assembly. 3 evaluations of our partnership for democracy with the Parliamentary Assembly in 2013, 2015, and 2019 have ascertained a significant evolution in honoring the undertaking given in tune with European standards. With regard to parliamentary democracy, the rule of law, and the observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms. On the basis of this record, the Kingdom of Morocco would like to reiterate its legitimate ambition of acquiring a further advanced partnership status with the Parliamentary Assembly. Such a status would enable us, inter alia, to share our experience with the new and future partners and accompany their evolution through the various phases that we had passed. In addition to consolidating these gains, we should also consider collectively the establishment of a democratic oversight mechanism based on parameters that shall be determined later. The aim being to assist willing neighboring countries in solidifying their democratic achievements or those vulnerable to democratic backsliding that witnesses and alarming upsurge in time of crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I must now interrupt the list of speakers, the speeches of members. On the speaker list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that typewritten text must be submitted electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I call Mrs. Oomen-Ruijten, the rapporteur, Ria, to reply to the debate. You have 3 minutes if you're,
Yeah, it works. First of all, I would like to thank everybody who took part in the debate, and also the positive compliments which were made. And I immediately want to share the compliments with the members of the Secretariat, Mr. Pavel Chechenko, and also the staff of the Political Affairs Committee. Without them, there was not such a report. Thanks a lot. Also, I do that sharing on behalf of you. Then I make some specific comments. Mr. Koncharenko, I see him. You urged that we also should do something on the partnership for Kazakhstan. There is in the Political Affairs Committee a report on Kazakhstan under preparation. And if the delegation of Kazakhstan wants to be a partner, then they can ask for it. So that's dealt. Then there was a remark made on Jordan, and that was the remark, I think, from, who did it? No, I think a French, Mr. Marie was it, yes, on Jordan. Mr. Marie said Jordan should have a more dynamic cooperation with us. I totally agree. But there is also good news to see now. We got a wish in the Secretariat for more cooperation. And this wish on more cooperation will be answered immediately, and I hope that this will be a fresh start, a fresh impetus. Then all the speakers in this debate wanted from us an encouragement, not only for the existing partners, but also to find new partners describing our values, because that's good for us, but it's even more good for them and for their democracy. We subscribe this wish of all the speakers. Also, in my view, Mrs. Chair, I would say to the partners that we have to encourage them to pick up the committee work, and they should do that more than they did it before. At last, I also would like to sincerely thank the speakers from the countries, Mrs. Benaziz, Monsieur Sabello, who took also part in many committee works, I remember, and also Mr. Ambraoui. It's always a difficult name to pronounce, but I would like to ask him not only for the debate here, but also for the way they cooperated with us, with me, but also with the Secretariat for this report. So, this work is done, but I hope that it will give a new impetus to have more democracy in our surroundings. Many thanks. 3 minutes, yes.
Thank you very much. I believe that the Vice Chair of the committee, Mr. Kimmo Klunen, wished to speak. You have also 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues, on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy, I wish you thank the rapporteur, Mrs. Ria Oomen-Ruijten, for the excellent work you have prepared. I also thank all members of the Assembly, and in particular our partners, for their valuable contributions to our debate in this hemicycle today. As the rapporteur has reminded, the Partnership for Democracy was launched by Assembly in 2009, and it became operational the following year. Over these 13 years, 4 parliamentary institutions from neighboring regions, namely the parliaments of Morocco, Kyrgyzstan and Jordan, as well as the Palestinian National Council, have joined our Assembly as partners. We are pleased. Members of these parliaments are now working with us in our committees, in particular in the Committee of Political Affairs and Democracy, which I have the honor to represent here now today. They can speak in our plenary debates, as often our time schedule allows it that. They bring their views to our discussion on most topical issues on our agenda. This contribution is an important asset in our policy to build dialogue and cooperation with neighbours. At the same time, as the rapporteur has reminded, the possibility of participating in European parliamentary debates is not free of charge. All our partners have declared that they share the values upheld by the Council of Europe: democracy, the rule of law and respect of human rights, as you know. They have also undertaken a number of political commitments to substantiate these statements. Furthermore, they agreed to be evaluated on the implementation of these commitments. I would like to stress that our committee presented this series of reports to evaluate the functioning of the partnerships, and following these reports, our Assembly has formulated specific recommendations to the partners. Madam Chair, the time has now come to make an overall assessment of the partnership. The report by Mrs. Oomen-Ruijten offers a detailed overview of how it has worked and suggests a way forward. The rapporteur believes that the partnership has reached its prime goal. With these tools, the Assembly has established value-based cooperation with parliaments of neighbouring countries. The report further concludes that our partners have shown a varying degree of commitment to these goals of partnership, both in terms of implementing reforms at home and using the opportunities to contribute to our debates. Moreover, these partners, which are the most involved in our work, would like to have even more possibilities to contribute to it. As a result, the proposed resolution seeks to create additional stimuli for participation in assembly work for all partners and to reward the most active ones by granting them some extended rights. The committee has unanimously supported this proposal. Dear colleagues, I encourage you to support this report. As I understand, this is the last report for RIA in our assembly, even if this is not your last session, I understood so. On behalf of the committee, I sincerely thank you, dear RIA, for your long-standing dedication to the values of the Council of Europe and your active and most valuable contribution to our work. Thank you very much, RIA.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented the draft resolution, document 15740, to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15740. A simple majority is required. Okay, yeah, I saw that something is happening and I wasn't sure what is happening. So we will wait for a few minutes just to get a voting card. I cannot vote as the chair, but we can open the vote. So, dear colleagues, the vote is now open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. Yeah, congratulations. The draft resolution in document 15704 is adopted. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. with the agenda which was approved yesterday. The sitting is adjourned.